Emily, can you hear me okay? Emily?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Jessica, are you the host?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool.
It's already, how come people are talking?
Hmm.
Well, it starts at 12.
Oh, starting early.
Wait, so Juno was good? He didn't cry? just yesterday. Afternoon.
Hello. Hey.
Okay. So did you talk to somebody in Milton yesterday or somebody? Yeah. He's really nice. I believe I talked to him.
Michael, I think you have your audio on.
Is that better? Hey, Axel,
I spent a whole bunch of extra money. And,
give me a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, is Keely here? I'm gonna call her.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Alvin, good to see you.
Likewise, Axel. Been a while.
Yeah, yeah, quite a while. German, how's it going?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jim, how's it
Ruth,
going?
Ruth is
Good.
here too. Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi. All right. What's going on, Michael?
I'm just calling Keely to see where she's at.
Yeah.
He's very busy nowadays, you know.
Yeah.
He's running like crazy.
Oh wait, am I actually in the right panel here? I guess I am, right?
I think you are.
You are,
Yeah.
Axel.
Yeah. I'm getting those lists that she sent out. That's so confusing to me. I'm sorry. Just trying to understand. Oh, there we are. I'm in the right one. Mhm.
Keely, it's Michael Fox. Waiting for you for reviews for Cal Poly. I sent you an email. All right, bye. I don't know where she's at.
No, we have four sure jurors, right?
Yeah. Anyway, I just you know, maybe to just so you know, like there's few people in here because these are just live streams. So it's kind of mostly just the people who are presenting and some other people in the studio. But so hope you don't mind that there's other like parents and other friends and stuff watching on YouTube. But anyway, I can introduce you guys, and then I'll just introduce the project. We need to start in about 6 minutes, so it'll be fine. And then maybe Keely will show up. But I'll just say in the order we have going, Alvin Huang, teaches at USC. I think runs all of USC now, the entire school, and has a great office, synthesis, DNA. I think you guys probably know that office. We have Axel Schmitzberger, who you guys know, who actually was coordinating second year just this semester, and just moved back from Hawaii. So sad, pandemic's over.
I'm moving back again. Don't worry about it. In 2 more weeks. Yeah.
And German, good to see you.
Likewise.
I don't know. What are you doing now, German? Trimble.
Yeah, current faculty at Cal Poly Pomona and project manager at Trimble.
Well, I know that. But and Ruth O, who also is you were teaching with us, right?
Yes, I taught first year undergrad and graduate studios a couple years. And currently I'm with Cpp Architects as project designer.
Oh, okay. A lot of schools, right?
Yeah, particularly working on higher education projects. Yes.
Cool. Okay. I don't know if it's relevant for this 3. Anyway, the way it's going to go down is we have you're going to see 3 projects from my studio. So there's 5 senior project sections. You're going to see 3 students from my section, and then a couple of students from another section. I'm not sure who. Let me look.
Is it Emma's? Emma Price?
Yeah, it looks like from Emma's section. So and the reason I say that is we have, it's good to see different work from different studios because we have slightly different agendas. All the projects are downtown. But in different areas. So all of my projects from my section are in South Park District. If you don't know South Park, it's the area, right kind of heading east, but adjacent to Staples Center, LA Live, Convention Center, all that kind of, I don't know, entertainment, civic kind of stuff. And there's also like a pretty major explosion of growth there. It's been going on for a while now, but there's a lot of new buildings going up. There's expected to be an increase in almost 75,000 new residents just in that neighborhood. So it's totally exploding. You can see lots of new buildings, and they're not having any problem selling the housing, that's for sure. And I kind of prompted them, I just want to articulate this because it was a little confusing yesterday at review. So these guys do a senior project. This is a NAB kind of senior project, right? They have to have egress stairs and proper circulation, no dead end corridors, all that, like real architecture stuff. But then they're also kind of prompted to do a sort of thesis on top of that, which I kind of call a narrative. And so, with that, they kind of have the prompt from me to look at kind of, I don't know, emerging technologies and their effect on, say, current culture and living trends. So, it's pretty broad and can be interpreted pretty loosely, but everybody kind of has different angles on that of not just living trends, but culture and lifestyles, et cetera, in particular in kind of the urban life. So they all kind of take their own spin on that prompt. Anyway, I think with that, we can get going. Time is pretty good. Mark, I think what's going to be best is if you just share your screen and then drive us around.
No
All right.
problem. Hi, everyone. Oh, you're gonna enable.
You're
screen-
first, right, Mike? Mark?
Yeah, I am first. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, hi, Mark.
Okay, cool. How you doing? Hi, everyone. Okay, so Michael, you might have to enable my screen sharing, or you will have to enable it. Moderate.
Who's the host?
I don't know. Let's see. Jessica.
Jessica. Did you do it, Jessica?
Nope.
Jessica.
I'm sorry, hold up. Can you repeat that?
Can you
Yeah.
enable screen sharing?
I'm
Enable screen sharing or just make Mark co-host. That will probably do it. I don't know.
1 second. I'm so sorry. Are you able to do that now?
Let's see. Yes, I am. Okay, cool. We're going.
Thanks.
All right. So, hello, everyone. My name's Mark, and my project is called Shared Space. So, I believe that if we can't learn how to expand our species beyond planet Earth, humanity may eventually die out. So, learning to explore the cosmos as a sort of elixir of life, as we become less vulnerable to the dangers of living life on one planet. So I believe that we must begin this age of exploration to protect our future generations. What we do now in the next 100 years can determine the course of the next 100 million. If we choose to explore our universe, we can open up our future to an era of untold exploration and discovery. But if we choose to stay here on Earth, the wonders of the universe may forever remain unexplored. In the context of architecture, the word space is often associated with form, shape, and mass, a familiar part of every human experience. In the context beyond our Earth or outer space, the associations are of that of discovery and the unknown. In the latter context, outer space has until now been completely inaccessible in the realistic dreams of only very few. This project is built around the concept that space, in all meanings of the word, should be for everyone, no matter if it's a bored billionaire, government agency, garage startup, or stargazing child. Shared space is home for an initiative that aims to bridge the gap between the previously inaccessible gap between space on Earth and space in outer space. Reinterpreting the obscure typology of the typical aerospace industry lab in a fusion of outer space drama and popular culture. This building highlights enabling new technologies to the entertainment capital of the world and guides its visitors on a journey of exploration and discovery. There's a new private sector space race happening that's fueled by billionaires and private companies who endeavor this future among the stars. Thousands of people worldwide are watching rocket launches weekly and space advancements more than ever. There's nothing that brings humanity together like the progression of our species. So with foundations in aerospace and entertainment, Los Angeles, both past, present, and now future, is ideal for Blue Origin to launch this new initiative. One part education through demonstration and entertainment, and the other part research through experimentation and development. These two pragmatic ideas coming together under one roof for one thing for our humanity's future among the stars. So the project site is located in the South Park community on the corner of Figueroa and West 11th Street, directly adjacent to the Staples Center, LA Live, and down the street is the Convention Center. It's zone C2 and measures 60 by 150 feet. The proposed site and most of the area have a 13:1 FAR, making tall buildings the new normal and essentially extending LA's skyline towards the south. Because of its attractions, South Park is becoming one of LA's most rapidly changing neighborhoods, making this location ideal for building both future-focused and entertainment-focused. This building on the site can be a beacon of change for South Park, Los Angeles, and the world. So the project mass is derived from two major programmatic components, what I like to call the Urban Space Center, which is in the middle, and the Constellation Labs. So at the top is the main facility for new tech development. Here, tech is developed by space industry startups sponsored by Blue Origin to be launched into space on Blue Origin rockets. The Urban Space Center in the center rethinks the exhibition hall, but in a vertical way, displaying significant tech developed upstairs and around the world. The grounded part is open for the public and connects the shared space, which is all in the center of the connective tissue of the project. This is also the location for the primary vertical circulation. So your typical high-rise has its cores in the center of the structure, but in my scheme, the core has been pushed to maximize the street facade on 11th Street and in anticipation of the neighboring building maxing out its FAR. The mass was then segmented to lift and distribute the open space and to separate differing uses. The mass was then split to bring in sunlight and connect the open spaces vertically. The main idea of this whole thing is to take an ordinarily secretive typology and now open it up to the public being interest. Therefore, the massing opens up to the public, revealing the insides and breaking open the aerospace industry's normally secretive side with shiny new technology literally falling out of the cracks. These are some of those systems I just explained, but in sectionally. So this is a core wall. Here is, you can see the enclosure and the separation of the spaces. These are escalators that would connect each interior space on the outside of the building. These are escalators in the center atriums, and these would be the spheres in the shared spaces. Structurally, this project is composed of two separate towers connected by bridges and escalators. Instead of having columns interrupt the center atrium, suspension cables hang down to support the relatively lightweight bridges and escalators in the center and transfer the load back down into the columns. So this is just how the building would look in the site with its adjacencies and its close proximity to the Staples Center and LA Live. This is a quick breakdown of how the systems are integrated. On the left would be the facade systems and shading. On the right, the structure. The left here would be escalators going downwards. On the right, these are escalators going upwards. On the left is your soffit and mechanical systems and how they're connected with each tower. On the right would be the spheres. The idea behind this ground level is to minimize contact other than ticketing and loading and the parking entrance. The main mast floats above to allow the public to effortlessly slip onto and under and into the project. The main attraction is this large spherical volume, and that guides people, attracts them from across the street to this extension of the amphitheater below, allowing people to crowd and watch these events, looking upwards and downwards into the project at the same time. So this is the street level. You could enter in two ways, either right here in ticketing, you get your ticket and go upstairs, on the back where you do the same exact thing. The only enclosed parts here are the sphere and the ticketing booth. So this is level -1, where we have the amphitheater, a cafe, and of course a bar. And as you go down, this is the lowest level that has Children's Discovery Center and then loading as well, and then mechanical spaces. So this is how it looks sexually, and then a perspective of that with these large drop-down screens so that while these space events are unfolding upstairs, people can watch this from the ground levels. So this is the lobby level. It's completely elevated and looks down into double height volume in the first exhibit of this entire thing. Here are the reception areas, the gift shop, all the typical lobby stuff, and the start of this vertical circulation, or what I like to call the launch sequence. This would be looking up into the project, the main atrium spaces and the enclosure at the top. So right here is your typical event space level. It's designed as a universal plan to allow for flexibility. In this scheme, it's showing how someone may set up exhibition stands, but all of this would be connected by this escalator system. So you go from space to space. Up here would be a typical office plan. So there's this issue with not having the public come into your space lab. So all this center area would be public circulation, and it would require a key card access to get into these spaces next to it. These sections show the relationship between the indoor and outdoor spaces of the project, the enclosed programming of each, and then these outdoor spaces act as a rest and relaxation for people going up and down and for people within the office spaces. These elevations show the main skin systems of the project. This louvering system protects the inside of this, atrium from the southern sun. And then also there's this wire mesh system that covers the rest of the glass, also protected from the sun. On the left, it shows a bit more in detail of how these systems would work. On the right would be a detail. And then a little bit, I forgot to erase these, sorry. This is a detail of kind of how the systems would work within the building, the soffit systems, the wire facade and how it's attached, and then the louvering system with the escalators that would connect interior space downwards here to another exterior space. And then finally, hopefully this proposed project and projects like this, humanity have a future to look forward to and will someday exist among the stars. Thank you.
Hey, Keely.
Hey, and my sincere apologies, everyone.
Oh, no worries. I missed I missed your email to the Mofox email too, so
No worries.
I wasn't doing the personal email this morning. Anyway, hey, you can just totally critique the graphics. That's all you got.
That's what I'm here for.
You missed. Okay, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you guys. Go. Sucks being first.
You're the one who made me.
I have a question for Mark about the programmatic relationship between the two, I guess the space exploration and then the entertainment aspect of the two, how you've divided your building sort of in half. Like, what is the kind of synergy, or do they ever is it two separate like companies leasing those offices, or do they ever interact sort of in the middle, or do they have a relationship beyond just having leasing this same building?
Well, so I imagine this entire building would be owned by Blue Origin. But the whole idea that they're trying to have like expose outer space to everyone and get that exposure. So they would sponsor startups to actually use these spaces with, I guess, the technology they would need to develop their product more. So I imagine this area in the center would be for everyone to access. So people coming for the exhibition spaces downstairs for the top, the public could just get into the project. And if you wanted to, you can say, jump on an escalator and go all the way up. But see, everything in the gray would be key card access. Everything in the lighter gray would be, I guess, ticket access, and everything in the white and the lightest would be public access. So this entire, what I call the shared space, would connect everything together.
Can somebody paste the concept board into the chat?
That would be nice. Yeah, I was just gonna ask for that. So let me. All right, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you guys been doing this year and how you look at your project and the architecture of it. And so let me ask you this, Mark, and I think I'm kind of I want to be curious about two things. First of all, do you watch a lot of science fiction movies and shows and stuff like this?
You know, when I get the chance, I do, but typically a lot of the things I do watch are actual space events, like SpaceX specifically. Like,
yeah, so that's why I have a certain curiosity also, because I'm wondering how you want to look at your project in an architectural aesthetic way, because my curiosity is you've been starting to post, and I'm just going onto the concept board right now so I can better look at it. You started with some very interesting graphic that remind me a bit of like this esoteric 1970s Paolo Soleri aesthetic, but also fit into this kind of like renewed kind of like sci-fi aesthetic, a bit retro. Where's Mark? Oh, okay, it's not showing up yet. Okay, and then I'm looking at that, and then I'm wondering, okay, so what are we, and then you host like those group of people, and there's also some other programmatic questions which I would have with that, but then you host a series of people and or interest groups, let's call it this, and so I'm wondering, with all your architectural maneuvers, like who are you catering to in that sense with your project, and are you catering to a marketable vision of space exploration through your architecture, or are you catering to corporate interests?
Well, I just thought in the beginning, I guess I started saying that outer space should be for everyone, right? And like we need there to be this, I guess, exposure to the public to allow them to want to be able to explore outer space, right? So this entire project is about education, but at the same time development, and that's why there's two major parts to it. The site specifically is around, I guess, entertainment centers, And I imagine the project would tap in specifically to kind of like LA's entertainment and aerospace industry, and kind of fuse those two things together, and kind of expose people to the industry so that they can be more interested in this exploration.
Okay. Well, so this is kind of like where I find myself a bit with your project at odds, because I'm wondering if this if you, and I think you did to a degree answer this, because I feel like while I think you have a very beautifully developed presentation and interesting visuals that go with it, but I think they're kind of like not necessarily working always in your favor, and especially in the way you edit them down to what your project should be about. And I think one thing for me is the problem is like, what are you trying to sell as an architecture here? Because I feel like if you're catering to the South Park corporate aesthetic, then you're spot on, yeah. Which is this non-architecture, like just like some glam and gloss on it on some pieces, and you're good with that. So nobody looks at the building really particularly. It's just all about like what you can do as activities there. And I think that, and then I would need to look much more carefully in the way you structure your programming in that sense. Yeah. But if you're trying to sell an architecture, I would be curious in terms of like how do we develop and a certain iconography that kind of meshes with your topic? Because ultimately, in the end, your building is just another office building, quite honestly.
Oh,
yeah,
essentially, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I imagine the main thing is this vertical circulation through the atrium, right? So the whole idea is to get people who really know nothing about space interested in space, right? So it has to appeal to that aesthetic where you look at it and say, wow, that looks futuristic, right? So
but does it? That's what I'm asking. Does this look futuristic? Because like I'm looking at the Portman building in Atlanta, and that looks futuristic. Then I'm looking at your project, and I don't see that same resolution or insistence on an architecture.
Yeah, well, there's two parts of outer space, right? There's the Hollywood outer space, and then there's the actual real deal kind of how things would work in a space lab. So I think this project, in order to appeal to people who really know nothing about it, has to have that type of, I guess, aesthetic that would attract them in. So they'd be interested and actually want to experience it.
Okay, then so show me how I'm getting drawn in more than in the building next door in this particular rendering, let's say, because I'm still seeing. I do think there's certain qualities that you've been working on that are very interesting. I'm just wondering in terms of your commitment to an architecture where how these there's a bit of a watering down of what you're striving to going on in my humble opinion, and I think there's no clear attitude towards an entrance. You kind of like show this kind of like C-shaped kind of like opening, and then there's a pole kind of like uncommittedly popping in and out. And I think these are some of those problems that indicate to me, A, you haven't thought about what an entrance needs to look like to a building of that magnitude, and B, I think there's also a question like, how do we treat, for example, a symmetry and asymmetry or a continuity in a spatial sense? So I feel like there's a spatial literally the space design in that sense is has some weak spots. On the other hand, I think what you're doing with the circulation strategy is really interesting. I do, and I really like what you do with visually with your project, quite honestly. But I feel more like in a mall than I'm in a particular building that sells something else than shoes. Yeah.
Axel, can we let others give some input too? Because we have only like 15
Yeah,
minutes.
I'll jump in real quick here. Mark, I think it's a very accomplished project. You're obviously highly skilled. But I think I do agree in some ways with a lot of what Axel is saying. I think the way you've presented the project is hyper rational and extremely, let's say, pragmatic, which I actually don't think is what your project is about. And I think there are a lot of very clear formal moves and formal interests that you're sticking to. And I think maybe part of this is also, let's say, knowing your crowd, right? Like, I understand it's a comprehensive project. I understand there's these kind of requirements for it as a senior project, but those requirements, passed them, cleared them, done. Don't need to talk about them. Like we don't need to know like all of the egress, circulation, all of that kind of stuff. What we want to know about, though, is in terms of your sort of architectural positioning of this as something that is making a statement about where you stand as an architect and about what your interests lie on, which is not about, let's say, how you solve the problem, but actually what is the problem, right? Like what's the actual problem you're positioning here outside of the program, right? Because I think the program, I'd say, is tenuous at best, right? It's not like if you were to replace all of those labels with, as Axel said, offices, it's kind of the same building. It doesn't really change. Just, it's not necessarily designed for something that is specifically space, other than I see the one image of like the kind of robotic spheres, but everything else kind of standard office floor slabs. But I think what I'm more interested in is maybe like from an aesthetic standpoint or a formal standpoint, what is it that you're trying to communicate?
Okay. From aesthetic standpoint, I guess. Well, I guess I was just trying to create a building that would attract, I guess, people in and create interest in the space industry. I started off by talking about how outer space should be for everyone. It doesn't matter really who it's for, whether it's people who have the money to access this or people who are just passing on the street, because this is completely inaccessible for most people. This building is to allow those people to come in and access outer space, whether it be through an office space or an exhibition space. But in order for them to, and also to allow them, or to make them gain interest in the space industry in general. So I guess the aesthetic would be something that gets the typical person excited about it.
But I guess I mean more so like what, like, because obviously there's a lot of fragmentation and let's say lack of continuity. There are certain, let's say, things that you're doing that you're attempting to embed the project with ways of communicating what's going on, right? In terms of like these fissures, these breaks. There's a very clear sort of. Another thing I do want to jump in, and this may be going back a little bit against that comprehensive part, is I do feel like the project very clearly has a back, and we don't ever really see what that back is like, and kind of always we're looking at the front, and specifically like one axonometric condition almost always. But I think, I guess the way you talk about arriving at the forum seems like it was all very, and this might be the presentation, that it was quite linear, right? Like it was like arrived at this, arrived at this, arrived at that, but they didn't necessarily, like, I don't know how it got there and what it was trying to express or why it was doing the things it did, right? Because it's all the things you talk about in terms of the openness, the transparency, the ability to see in, don't resolve themselves through the form, right? Because if you were to take that same diagram that we're looking at here and it were all vertical, it would still do the same thing. you understand what I'm saying?
Well, what do you mean by all vertical?
Right, this mass split that you're looking at right now, like if that mass did not zigzag and it was just one big vertical atrium, it would still bring in sunlight and connect the open spaces. It would still, there's certain things that you're arguing for.
The taper?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, this on this, I guess, facade here is well, this would be south and this would be west, well, southwest. So I just, you know, by tapering it like this, I imagine that the sunlight would get into those spaces a little bit better. But you know, it was just an aesthetic thing at the time, and I kind of just ran with it. But you're
And I love that there's an aesthetic thing. I want you to talk about it. I don't want you to talk about it as pragmatic. And I think you're let me put it, I'm trying to figure out what the best way is. You're afraid to talk about the aesthetic part because you want to talk about it as they were all rational moves that are like, because the rational things, it's, let's say, easy to defend. But where you have to put a stake in the ground and say, I have to fight for something is when it's, you know, subjective, right?
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You know, this building kind of reminds me of the Cooper Union in New York, which I really appreciate as well. And you started talking about the idea of housing startup companies working with this large organization. I started thinking of that building as a vertical campus and thought you were going to start talking about this atrium as a way to have the interactions between those various groups. But then you started talking more about educating the general public and getting excited about space. And I don't know if you've had a chance to visit places like SpaceX or JPL, but I think what gets people excited about those kinds of buildings are things like the control centers, right? And be able to participate in launches. And I think that's kind of one missing aspect of this project. Back to Axel's point, maybe if you were to rework that entry, is incorporate ways to allow for that public participation in some of these events and sort of dedicating part of the building to allow for some of that.
Well, you know, maybe I didn't elaborate well enough, but the center space, this atrium connects everything for the public, right? So there would be a control center up at the top. That's a part of, I guess, the office space, and the public can go up and view this control center. But they could also be downstairs in this amphitheater watching what's going on. So those are two options, but there's still that separation between the two for them.
So maybe one thing that might have helped in developing this idea of space exploration as a topic that you want people to come and learn about and enjoy, almost like this project does remind me of like a mall or some kind of recreation or a theme park or a place where people want to come and spend money or a museum, right? So that's actually where your graphics and everything is the most generating these kinds of thoughts for me than like an office building. But in order for me to be even more convinced that these are this place is like really special, is understanding a little bit more about if there's an exhibit or an experience, like what those are and how that is like something I have never experienced before, in order for me to be really like sold that this is more, it's beyond like a glorified you know, like retail space or something. So I don't know, like I see these globes, like these spheres in the atrium space. What happens in there?
So those would be special exhibits, right? So
Yeah, but like, is there more to to that special exhibit idea? Maybe you guys haven't had the chance to like take it beyond where it is now, which this is a really spectacular project. I think the packaging, the graphics of the whole thing is spectacular. I think it's just missing that element of like, okay, beyond the architecture, like what is, you know, how is it supporting your thesis that everybody should look into the future and be interested in space exploration?
I think I'm understanding what you're saying. You know, while developing this project, I essentially wanted to create this attraction, almost like you put it, where people would come in and they would experience this stuff. So my concept goes back to exploration discovery, right? We have to go out into outer space to keep the human race going. And so this building, I was thinking, would be about exploration and discovery as well, where you would go in, you look up at this atrium, you don't know what's in there. You see these escalators, you see these spheres. I know I might want to get over here. How do I get there, right? And you would take this pathway up through the building in order to get there. And you can, because with this concept that outer space should be for everyone. And I think this shared space in the center of the project is also for everyone. If that makes sense.
Any last comment? We're kind of out of time. Okay, I'll just say something quick. I think, you know, Mark, I think it's actually, you know, really nice graphics, nice project. It was a kind of comprehensive project in about week 2. That's not an issue. So, I mean, I think it's great that Axel kind of picked up on the main point within the first 30 seconds. And that prevailed in the conversation, because, you know, and I had this conversation with Mark a number of times about, you know, the first banks were built out of stone so people could feel that their money was secure, you know, and have confidence in the architecture protecting it, and they're built for, you know, 100 years to last. And then, you know, as currency evolved and things became digital, we're confident just like, you know, walking up to an ATM, and there's no need even for the architecture like symbolism there. And you know, he had that discussion a lot about like, this is a building for the future. Like what should the aesthetic be? Like, how should it feel? And, you know, it ended up a dirty partnership shopping mall. But that's what he wanted in terms of like, you know, being the Hollywood space aesthetic that will get kind of the
Shirley did some amazing shopping malls, by the way.
Oh, I love this. Looks like Langham Place in Hong Kong right here.
A Galleria in Glendale, like Johnson McLean took a good lessons of this stuff there.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I think it's good because it is a conversation that Mark is aware of, and he took a position on it. So you know, I think that's okay. You know, you can take a beating as well.
Just to add though, you know, if we're talking about permanence, this thing could totally be converted into a shopping mall, right? And then it's permanent, you know, it could be, well, the space can be turned into anything you really want. So, yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Emily, are you prepared? Can you take over the share screen?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Toe, and my project is a film studio and theater tower. Films are a diverse and profound form of entertainment and storytelling, which are resilient and ever-evolving. Throughout the years, the way films are made and seen have changed. Presently, there is a wave of digital content creation and consumption for the film industry. This presents itself as both an opportunity and a challenge. Any kind of film, from a low-budget independent release to a Hollywood blockbuster, can be viewed by the global audience and inspire others to produce one. Challenges to the new digital age of film include an increase of demand and faster release schedules, as well as the vast distribution of creators from all around the world. New improved technologies have connected these people together, but impact the overall artistic vision and production timeline. The film industry involves and requires a lot of different hands to work together in order to visually convey the story. This project is centered on the design of a building through which the industry can push the boundaries of the digital creation process, facilitating direct collaboration with one another, with those working remotely and with the public. And so my project is located at the corner of 12th and Hope Street, nested amongst these newly developed towers. It has an FAR of 13:1, and it is zoned as R5. And so for my program, I collected all of these components that are involved with films and the filmmaking process. So there are main spaces and then the sound stages where they will primarily be filming in, and then alongside with the sound stages, there are different departments that are required for filmmaking itself, such as costume makeup, the set design and props, and then studios where the post-production will happen. And then there are the theaters where their projects will be published to the public and they will be able to see it. And so my building consists of this frame that will contain all these different elements within it. And how I arrange all these elements are into two separate towers that will be connected with these bridges and stairs. And then this is the structure that would hold all these elements together. And so on the ground floor, there is the small theater in the back, and then there is the restaurant that opens up to the street, and then the lobby area. And then there is this big screen right by the entrance where people who are sitting in the restaurant eating or waiting in the lobby or just passing by can see some of the things that are being produced within the building itself. And this is where you can expect to see on the side of the project. Then this is the corner view and some interior shots of what people can expect to see inside of the project. And so moving on to the third floor, this is more of the movie of the theater part of the project. As you see, there is the theater on one end, and then on the other end, this is the back of house, and then the bridge that connects the two programs together. And I did it to get people engaged within the area and get an understanding of what is happening within the building and to talk to one another from these different programs. And then on the 8th floor, which is the production part of the project, there is the sound stage, and then on the other end will be one of the departments that is involved with filmmaking, and then the bridge that connects the two. And I did this more so they can go across the bridge and view what they're doing in these different spaces and interact with one another and get inspired and be more engaged and involved with the different departments and elements that are involved with filmmaking itself. And you can see that more in this section with the bridges and the stairs that connect these two towers from one another and on different levels. And I'm also doing that in the other direction as well. And I did this so this interaction can happen throughout the entire process and not in just one direction itself. And so for the elevation or the facade, I wanted to emulate what was going behind the screen. So what I did was I assigned different patterns according to a program on the surface, and it was more to show or get understanding of what goes behind the screen itself. And so how my building works is that it would have flat walls and drop ceilings that will hold the HVAC itself to cool down the space itself. And to assist that, I have louvers that will help shade the space from the sun. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, I guess no comments. We'll move on to the next student.
I can jump in. I missed the other one. Nice graphics, Emily. I like your restrained color palette and your use of ambient occlusion. Very nice. I have a comment. It looks like you've taken some inspiration from maybe the Pompidou Center or Cedric Price, or sort of that idea of inside out. But I wonder, I mean, aesthetically, it's really interesting and probably wonderful for downtown LA. But the idea of the inside out there was to maximize sort of flexibility, right? So that these spaces could be anything and could be moved around and could be constantly changing. So kind of perfect for an art gallery. It looks like these are really defined program zones. There looks like there's a kind of an interest in not wanting to be very flexible here with the spaces. So I think I question the use of that approach for a pretty fixed program. And the other thing I wonder is if you've been looking at sort of what's happening in Los Angeles in terms of the different kinds of production studios that are going on. You have like the vertical campus of Netflix all the way down Sunset. So great typology of a series of towers that become this kind of new concept of studio. But each of those towers has pretty specific functions, things that happen within them. And then I guess the question I would ask you is, why did you choose to do this as a tower and not as a more traditional studio lot, since those are still happening and there's some underused lots around the city? What was your interest in doing this as a kind of tower concept?
I was interested in the moral constraint of the tower, but one of the things that I was kind of interested in is that I've kind of noticed that these spaces do require a lot of land horizontally, and this kind of me thinking like there's going to be some constraints within the city in terms of amount of land that can be allotted for these type of productions or more like bigger productions to be built. So I decided to go with the tower and try to see how it will work out from there.
Thank you.
Hey, Emily, I was really excited about how you're explaining where sort of the industry is headed. And, I think about where the industry is headed today in terms of incorporating mixed mediums, going augmented, going virtual, as well as some of the more interesting movies or directors like Chris Nolan and James Cameron, things they're doing. I was thinking that you were going to present us with a building that allows for innovation in that industry by providing flexible spaces and sort of new ways of doing film. But you're showing us some very kind of traditional ways of like screening films, right? With these fixed programs that Kaylee was mentioning. Uh, I think to her point, it would have been super interesting to see some of these flexible spaces manifested in the tower format and getting at allowing for some of these sort of innovative methods or approaches to be explored.
I was actually, what kind of inspired me for that was the Mandalorian and how they approached the augmentation of virtual and reality, which is kind of a glorified back screen. But it was, from what I've seen and what they released behind the scenes about it, was more so that there was the collaboration of people who did post-production right on set to adjust for the LED screens that act as the virtual background in real time. And what they did was kind of like had an empty warehouse. So I didn't really look up what other methods that other people have done. I know about a motion capture, and that is somewhat of a warehouse space as well. So that's the approach I had with more of the flexibility in that department.
Emily, good to see you again. One last time, right? Let me ask you a few questions. For one, I'm quite intrigued as Keely with your visual narrative, which is a very reduced and as Keely said, ambient occluded scenario. I'm more curious also like what the color blue actually does and means in your project. Yeah, because it seems like that it's a deliberate one. It's very hard to read in that type of rendering whether this is it's meant to be blue or if it's only suggested to be blue. That was one question I had, but the other one is it's interesting that this project that seems to have this kind of like lightweight porosity is actually quite a myopic vision of a new building. Like all your projects, all your rooms are claustrophobically closed off, basically. Yeah. And to a degree, I understand this because certain studio spaces and so forth, when you go into post and editing things, you have to obviously be rather enclosed. But for studio setup, it's actually likely the other way around. And I would defer to Keely because she probably has a lot more experience in those type of environments than I do. But I mean, I've been around my share of green screens and sets, and so I do know that there's actually there's a lot of props and other stuff that's moving around and going in and out, and they're sometimes very weighty. And so this is one question. The other thing I was kind of curious about, if we say, okay, this is not about this type of prop kind of like thing. This is more like the old school 1950s, 40s BBC kind of like studio setup scenario, which we could go for. And you kind of claim like for this transparency, for this opacity, but then you're kind of not very inclusive because if I understand this right, this does not provide ADA access to all spaces, this project, right?
No, not really.
Okay, so you're excluding an entire group of people from access to your project in that sense. And That I think that's why, and I think that this could be an interesting formal conversation where where you play out this really high contrast between like a rather traditional read and like almost like an old school, as I said, BBC 1960s kind of like studio setting, versus this much more ephemeral read that your facade and project seems to suggest, which I kind of appreciate because of its kind of weird minimalism that it has. Even though I think the facade, the way you present your renderings are a bit of a cheat, because I don't see those louvers you're pointing out in your detail in your project, right? They're not showing up in the larger renderings. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They're not showing in there.
Okay, I think if you try to be so minimal, I think you need to be super honest with your project. Yeah, and so I think there's a position to be taken, and I'm not sure if you did take this position on purpose, and so I'm kind of curious what you think about this proposition.
So for the renderings, it was kind of like a color palette that I was considering more so for, I was thinking of the green screen and another screen name that they use, the blue screen. So I kind of went with that approach. The minimalism, that was intentional, but there was a concern of the heating of the building, heating and cooling of the building, and the louvers were kind of more of the last minute addition that I didn't like go throughout with the whole project. I just showed it in the detail more so. For the traditional, I didn't really think of it as that traditional because, well, I did think of it as like a big box warehouse, but that's mostly for like what they currently have, or what I'm thinking they currently have, and these studios, which are big warehouses that are very flexible and are more just boxed in for more like acoustic reasons and lighting and all the electrical that is used for filmmaking itself.
Just on a practical note, even when you're doing a green screen shot, you might have a pretty extensive camera move, that would have a very heavy crane. There could be a vehicle that needs to drive in. And that's why those spaces are just these massive sheds. It doesn't preclude, even if you're using an augmented reality backdrop, needs to be to scale, right? So I think it's totally fine to propose this as a tower, but consider that maybe the heavy stuff wants to be on the ground floor. And then the other stuff, like maybe you could have, you could like drive in the big truck or something off the street. Might be just to kind of shuffle where things happen, potentially.
Yeah, that was part of an iteration I had of figuring out programmatically where these would sit. But this is the approach that I just stated on for now.
Super fascinating thing to be looking at. I think our studio is working on maybe 4 different production lots right now. It seems to be really, really a busy typology. So something to keep looking at and keep thinking about. It's pretty fascinating stuff.
So I just put a project in the image in the chat. So David Chipperfield's BBC Scotland headquarters. And it's something that I was thinking about in terms of this project, where I actually think your project really is sort of kind of taking a take on like the traditional kind of horizontal studio campus and looking at it as a kind of stacked aggregation, but really saying that the campus happens in between the stacks. And I think maybe the thing that bothers me most about what I'm seeing in your project is the sort of additive stairs, right? The kind of like tacked on stair condition, where I think maybe what I really, really love that kind of sectional diagram you start with the programs and the shifted stacks. That's kind of like the new museum in New York, but almost like two of them side by side. But really, for me, what gets interesting is thinking about it as something that you could actively kind of climb that stack, right? And that kind of connective space in between becomes something highly interactive, which is what happens in those studios, right? The interactive spaces is the sort of campus that ties all of those individual studios together. That's where all the food is being served. That's where the people are hanging out. That's where they're smoking cigarettes. That's where, you know, like all the activity between all of the filming is happening. And I think that's the opportunity for you to really think about is the architecture is in a lot of ways the interstitial spaces rather than the spaces. Like you're basically arguing that, you know, they're empty sheds, a collection of empty sheds. But what's tying all these empty sheds together? And if that's the case, then how do you make that the most interesting and compelling space that actually provides for all of this social engagement and interaction? And I think for me, that also means that your project gets a hell of a lot taller, because you talked about the 13:1 FAR, but your project's like super inefficient, right? Like it's 13 floors, but there's nowhere near maxing out each one of those floors. And so many double height spaces. Like your project could have the 13:1 FAR and probably be like 30 floors.
For a developer, it would need to be actually, yeah.
Right, absolutely. For a developer, it would actually absolutely need to be. But I think that's the thing that, you know, I would, particularly in any student project, but especially in like a senior project type of thing, like I would say everything, like you go extreme, right? Like, and you go hard on something. And in this case, you're going hard on the fact that this sort of interwoven series of outdoor spaces is interlocking and expanding in a way that kind of, let's say, multiplies the most valuable space, right? And the most valuable space is that kind of connective mezzanine atrium space, and kind of magnifies to an extent of, let's say, if this were a mixed-use housing development, multifamily housing development, the most valuable space is the rooftop, and you could be like magnifying the number of exponential rooftops or communal spaces, right? And so I think that's where I see the kind of both the strength of the project and maybe the part where you didn't focus enough energy on.
Yeah, I didn't really focus on the interstitial spaces in this project. I was just mostly thinking of it as like a physical connection between the two towers.
That's kind of the shame though too. I mean, I'm joining in on Alvin on that, because like I'm looking at your rendering. Your renderings are always on the interstitial spaces, and there's some interesting qualities coming out. I'm just also questioning a bit your positioning of your camera, and especially when you do a project like this, I think the presentation needs to move into the direction of what you're trying to argue for. So you would have to have an understanding of how to use a perspective in this case very well, and would have a dialogue with the way you choose and frame your views and in your architecture. So I think at least that's what I would suggest to you, because like I think there's some really interesting moments there, like spatially, and I think one rendering, this is the only one where you choose, I think it's central perspective here, which would be something that is very prominent in film, and in a lot of moments in movies, and so I think the idea of this interstitial space becoming somewhat cinematic in that sense, I think would be really interesting to understand. And I'm with Keely, and your restraint architecturally in the interstitial spaces, I think works pretty well. Even though I agree with Alvin that these are your golden opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, also just to add to that about the developing of the interstitial spaces, could have maybe one strategy or one graphic that you might be missing is like a diagram of a section of your building, which you show in the beginning with images of film, but like almost exactly the same thing, but replace it with program, like what's going on in each space and especially the interstitial spaces. It's not just for circulation, but there's actually some program within those spaces that could also have kind of forced you to think about those spaces a little bit carefully, not just as circulation, but like a little bit more beyond that. I think also, I really do like the simplicity and the minimal graphics as people have commented on. But I was also questioning like why blue in particular. And then I thought about like in film, there's a lot of, narrative that relates back to color and it's expressive of an emotion or a scene or a character. Maybe you could have tied like this kind of film is kind of like an experiential medium. So similarly in architecture, our spaces are also experiential. And I don't know, maybe it could have enriched your program to think about relating it a little bit more to film, since it is a building that houses people who create film. But I think overall, the project is really, from like kind of a initial view of the project, I was very, I really like the exterior kind of rendering that you have done. And I think that diagram of the boxes shifting and creating these spaces is really quite intriguing. And I enjoyed your explanation of it as well.
I think we have to move on. These are really good comments, you guys. Thank you. I don't know why you said you didn't focus on the interstitial when Axel's right. Every single one of your images, you don't have a single image of any programmed space. It's all, the only thing you're showing the jury in your presentation is these leftover spaces. So it's kind of a strange thing for you to say. And I agree. I wish you could just push it much further so that you got lost in these, it's like just almost a maze of alleys, and the program space are left over. Anyway, I think it's nice as I think appropriate discussion that they understood your intentions, even though you may not have. Congratulations, Joe. Are you ready?
It's called interpretative design.
Maybe ready. All right. Let me share screen. All right. Is this working? See my stuff?
All right. We can find you on concept board now. Yeah.
Oh, I got to moderate. Sorry.
Yeah, you moderate too, but
start moderation.
I'll be
all right.
Around on my own.
Okay, so hello, my name is Joe. You may have picked up already in the studio, but we were tasked with using a developing technology as the catalyst for our thesis. My project revolves around automation, electric vehicles, and transportation here in Los Angeles.
Hey, Joe.
Yes?
Why don't you not moderate? And you just pan around, we're watching your screen, but then people aren't trapped by you there, okay?
All right, moderation is off. Okay, so Los Angeles is a microcosm of Americana. From the beaches of Malibu to the Hollywood Hills, there is a rich history and collection of diverse environments, which makes it the ideal travel destination for people from around the world. The city, however, is not without its faults. From its early days of existence, it has been carved and partitioned by its roads, expanding outward in a not-so-rigid grid, creating an ecosystem that is still best traversed by the automobile. Metro capabilities are starting to develop. However, they do not do justice to the city at large, with just 6 subway lines and less than ideal metro conditions, turning away potential commuters. Let me zoom in here. The location for the project is the South Park neighborhood of Los Angeles. The developing neighborhood is scheduled to have 30 new buildings constructed in the near future with an influx of 70,000 more residents in the area. The project sits on the corner of Flower Street and Pico Boulevard, placing it just a block away from the hotspots that are LA Live, Staples Center, and the Convention Center. With that in mind, the factors that led to my program made it a micro hotel and an electric vehicle rental center. The location makes it an ideal touching off point for visitors to diffuse into Southern California, and on a local level aims to provide last mile and rideshare services to the newly developing community and commuters. The project provides 240 parking stalls for electric vehicles to be stored and charged, and 120 micro hotel units for travelers to stay in as they experience LA. All right. The project consists of two major forms, one of them being the parking and the other being the hotel. I knew that the most space effective shape for the parking would be the cylindrical shape. So I made it that, and I wanted it to contrast with the hotel. So there's these two monolithic forms. The hotel branches out on top and below of the parking to give the effect, or the visual effect, that it's holding the parking, when in reality, you'll see that it's actually the other way around. Moving on to this axon. This is meant to highlight the different forms of travel afforded to the site. The parcel sits on R4 5D residential zoning with a 13:1 FAR. Right next to the site is the Pico Light Rail Station, which implies a high level of foot traffic coming through the area. And on site are provided last mile services such as rental, electric bikes and scooters, as well as access to the rentable cars on site. Within the block are multiple bus stops that connect to the already existing metro services. Next, we have the structural diagram. It is broken up into 4 parts. The first is this concrete cylindrical core here on the left that acts as the center of the drum. Attached to the sides of that are elevator shafts for the cars to be stored and retrieved. And the next piece right here shows the 45 diameter iron colonnade offset from that drum, and attached to that are 3-foot deep tapered I-beam cantilevers that act as the support for the outer ring of parking. The third is the tertiary support, the C-channels, as well as these wedges on top where the exoskeleton of the hotel actually bridges out and sits on top of. Moving forward, you're probably wondering, how does the parking work? So how it works is you enter the back through the alley when you're driving the car, go in through here, you exit the car, and the car is then queued up to go into the first elevator shaft. Here, the car is taken up to a ring with an open spot. Next, the car is just sitting here charging. It is important to note that the floors of the rings actually spin themselves on top of the fixed structure. This allows for 2 elevator shafts so that it's more effective. But yeah. And then finally, there's the second elevator shaft where the car is disposited for people to get in and go. All right, here we have the site plan. Zoom in a little. Again, the project sits on the corner of Pico and Flower. Because of the heavy foot traffic from the station, I wanted the corner to feel very open. Here you'll find the last mile services of like scooter rental and bike rental, and also entrance for pedestrians and hotel stairs to access where you check out the cars, which is right here. Also on site is an open bar to the outside and the lobby. Again, this is where you enter from the car, you get out, you enter the building. I think I got a thing. Oh, a bunch of outdoor seating, which is highlighted in this perspective showing that corner. Here you see where the cars spit out. Again, keeping it very open, lots of outdoor seating. This is where the cars are checked out. It's very nice. Moving on to the second floor, this is like the amenity space for the people staying in the hotel. Basically, you have a shared kitchen space, workstations for people traveling on business, and internet services for people wanting to like look up what's around in town. Moving forward, I have a perspective of the western elevation. This highlights kind of the materiality of the podium being the solid concrete form, and then the actual hotel bit being this lighter steel frame, and shows the bar open to the street, and the main entrance for the hotel. Next is a typical middle floor, which is found in like the spine of the building. These hotel rooms are these like hallway typologies that are very narrow that allow for a maximum number of units. It's along the axis of the parking so that you are experiencing the parking as you are entering and exiting your room. Here is a perspective of that hallway. The whole facade is glass because, like I forgot to mention, all this structure allows for the hallway to be kind of cantilevered and be open, allowing more light into the space. Here is a typical top floor. This is where the bulk of the units are found. You have like the traditional standard units, upgraded suites along the bend. And then in the middle are these capsule units, which are to maximize the amount of people you can get staying in the hotel. Here's a little perspective kind of displaying what those are. Ultimately, the goal of this project is to get these people out into LA, and they're just here for the night. So this is kind of the embodiment of that idea. So we're just trying to get as many people as possible. They just share bathroom facilities in the back of the project. Zooming back out, we have the sections that highlight the egress of the project. There is an egress stair in the center core along with two passenger elevators. And then here are two egress stairs that service the back of the building. Zooming out even more, here's a 3D perspective of all the systems kind of in play. You have the car that enters the back. You have the amenity spaces, the units in conjunction with the parking, and then egress to that top floor again. And the car's being spit out. Here are some elevations showing the materiality of the project. I wanted the materials to be fairly honest with a lot of exposed structure, which is why you have just the exposed steel members holding up the cars, as well as like concrete and steel members being really what you see when you look at the project. And finally, I've got these wall sections that highlight kind of the depth of the facade. You have the exoskeleton actually offset from the actual glass, and it creates just a nice little level of depth to the project. And then this 3D axon shows the relation of the cars to those top units. And that is my project. Thank you for listening.
I like this concept. I think it's really cool. Like I would go here and use this hotel if I was traveling to LA. But given in such a car saturated city like LA, I would think that if I was staying at a hotel, I wouldn't want to see any cars. You know, I know it's about cars and how it's you can go out and hang out and see the city in a vehicle. But I wonder, you know, if you considered taking like almost the opposite approach to the ambiance of the hotel, like it's not embodying car technology or even just like expressing the tectonics of the structure of your building or of cars. Like it seems very expressive of structure and cars.
Right.
But I almost would argue like I want to stay at a hotel that's relaxing, it's a place of respite, and maybe I can see some greenery. Did you consider expressing your facade in a different way, like actually cladding it, you know?
The facade, no. But in terms of like what you said with like kind of switching the perspective of like comfort and really what's highlighted. Yeah, in the midterm, one of the big critiques I had was actually putting the people in the drum and making them kind of the center of attention because they want to be, you know, pampered to in a hotel environment. But ultimately, I decided to kind of just lean into this very monolithic take of the cars are important. So that's just where the project ended up going. But that was a consideration earlier in the semester.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean that's fine because you have an attitude about what this building is and it's your design. So I think every kind of graphic and it's a very clear presentation. You just kind of like walked us through it in a very clear way. So I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you.
It has a very sort of 60s feeling to it. You know, the colors that you've chosen, even the shape of your building, the perspectives. I agree with Ruth. I was wondering a bit the same. You know, where does that the car get expressed in the experience? Even something like the Bordeaux house, you know, where you have the car rising up and it becomes really part of the experience of being there. Was sort of wondering if there was a way the rooms could get some of that excitement. You know, even the floor becomes like a structural glass in some of them so you can see the car below, or like how do you kind of get a little bit less safe with how the rooms are? They're very separate programs. I recognize the corridor has that experience, but like, you know, there's sort of sky's the limit here. This is a, you know, school project, so you could go kind of with it, right?
It's a bit conservative.
A little bit. I mean, but maybe, you know, I think a little bit. Yeah. It's again, the aesthetic of the presentation is super on point and it's all really rational and very tight. But I just wonder, like, what would it be like to actually be there? And how could that be super thrilling and crazy? Yeah, that's my comment for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's something charming about it because it removes the discussion about architecture or reduces this to a very pragmatic narrative. But then I'm looking a bit more carefully at the project, and I'm surprised. I'm not aware that cylindrical shapes are the most efficient parking scenarios.
I was looking at a. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was looking at car storage facilities in Germany at Volkswagen's facilities. They have a car silo where they store a bunch of cars in this similar format. And then I was also looking at like the Arena City towers, and I just wanted to kind of not necessarily expand, but borrow from those ideas. So it might be a bit of an exaggeration to call it the most efficient, but I think it's more efficient than traditional.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, I'm wondering, and the other thing I'm kind of surprised is like you really have to be single in that hotel, right?
Yeah.
So solo traveler, basically. It's like
you would have to rent multiple rooms if you went with your friends.
Well, I wouldn't be even able to go to cuddle with my girlfriend if I need to, right? It's like, or wife or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because like this, there's some. I think you have about 10 spaces that have a double bed at least in it. But aside of that, I feel the restraint could become very interesting if I think you would have been a bit more focused on the tectonic qualities in terms of an architectural expression. And to my mind comes some work by Adolf Grieschenitz, who uses vivid colors or color particularly in relationship to its tectonic exposure, which is something that you also see at the Centre Pompidou and other moments recently. But I do believe that there is some qualities there that I think are good. I still don't know exactly where you're gonna do your wild parties at night, which is what seems to be the theme of hotels these days. Just thinking of the Ace all over the United States and various other types of places. But saying that, I think. Also, I'm questioning like how forward-looking this is as a project. I mean, we're in an age of self-parking, and we're in the age of where you also don't have ownership over the car necessarily anymore. Where the cars are circling, or where they park themselves, tank themselves, and at some point arrive at the location where you need them. So I wonder if the parking is even necessary as part of the project. Actually, that's kind of the weird proposition. So I think if you frame it as a contemporary solution, like as a current solution, then yeah, that's fine. But then I probably would look for a plan B of what is this going to become once the cars are kind of like independent, yeah, and autonomous in that sense. So that's what is this? What is the circular space becoming next then? That would be my curiosity. And so I think the programming of that space, or the absence of programming, the warehousing of that type of space, this is for me very interesting. And I don't think you have really yet provided those type of answers, despite the constraint that you actually set up, which to a degree benefits your project. So,
Thank you. That was a good comment.
Yeah, hi Joseph. I like this project as well. I like the sort of product design approach, the aesthetic of the two buildings. But I'm with Axel. I think there's some missing components to this, right? In a world where cars are self-driving, they're autonomous. This almost wants to be a charging station rather than a parking structure. And I think the missing component is what its connection in relation to a larger infrastructure in Los Angeles, and maybe connection to the airport, or connection to high-speed rail, right? There's plans to connect, I think, LA to Las Vegas. There's a line called Bright Line that's currently being planned, and I can imagine a number of these hotel typologies being sprinkled around the city, right? Where the new way of business travel is that you live maybe in the rural area, you come to the city for the day for a business meeting and host a meeting. So maybe this hotel is sort of used for half a day. Maybe there's some business meetings, or sort of as a place to recharge, not just cars, but as a traveler. And then you sort of go on about your day and take the other forms of transportation. I think that was missing for me, but otherwise I really enjoyed this project and I really liked it. Maybe the last point is I didn't see any fire separation between the two buildings. I think you just need a little bit more wall thickness there in your section. But
yeah, I agree with that last part. But as a whole on that comment, it's kind of funny and goes back to me being too conservative in the end, is that a lot of those ideas is where I started in terms of like automated cars, connecting multiple cities, and like the car takes you to a city, you just sit there and you relax for a day, or connected to the airport. So that's just an interesting comment. That's where I started, and ultimately kind of regressed.
But,
so
but
maybe
Joe, sorry, I mean, whose cars are these? I thought
these are cars owned by the hotel. No one has ownership over them. They are rented out to people staying in the hotel, or rented out to people using rideshare services. So an Uber driver could come in and be like, I want this car for this many hours, and they take it and they go, they drive around, and then they bring it back.
Okay.
Oh, I thought they were all self-driving, like electric cars. No.
The automation originally did refer to self-driving cars. It ended up kind of being this like automated storage system. But I went back to just electric cars to think more about like the current time frame, although automated cars are going to be coming soon. So I did take a few steps back, and that's why I kind of dropped some of those bigger ideas of inner city connectivity.
To say there's some interesting research that happened at MIT out of the City Lab, work by Bill Mitchell before he passed, on the future of sort of ride sharing, cars that aren't owned by anyone, and the distribution of those vehicles around the city. And it's why I mentioned I can imagine this building typology being sprinkled around, and sort of your structure facilitating the distribution of those vehicles and sort of managing the demand and supply. I think could also be interesting. So I'd take a look at that work.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, in some ways, I see this as a sort of vending machine for people and cars. Right?
I wasn't going to make that joke, but I'm glad you brought it up.
But that's kind of what it is. Like but if you take that analogy, like it's interesting that you've actually, let's say, given the efficiency quotient for people to be the most efficient and packed as it could possibly be, but for cars you actually give them pretty spacious condition, like there's no reason the section has to be the same for the cars as it does for the people, right? And the cars, there's no parking structure in downtown LA that has the same floor to floor as the actual occupiable levels in a real parking structure.
Mm-hmm.
And then now here you actually give an automated parking structure the same floor to floor height as it's adjacent occupiable, which is a bit ironic. But I think what I really think is missing is like what does this mean from a qualitative or social outcome, right? Like I realize that your approach to this is totally utilitarian, and I'm looking for the sort of irony in the project or the kind of cultural component that, for me, it's almost like a Black Mirror episode, right? Like it's like total pure efficiency, perfect. It's like Gattaca, right? What I want to know what happens. What's the flip side of this? Like what's the what actually is produced by this hyper efficiency? Because I think the hyper efficiency in the end, there is something, right? Because I think maybe one thing might be like the size of your fire stairs is probably much bigger than a typical high rise at this floor, right? Because suddenly your occupancy load is so much higher than a normal residential hotel, right? Because you have more people per square foot than normal.
Right.
Like there's all these things where suddenly I'm like, okay, what are the things that actually like, because I would say, I feel like everything is designed sort of in isolation, right? It's like, this is the cars, this is the people, these are the bathrooms, these are the cores, and all of these things are solved independently. But they happen to sit next to one another. But the sort of knock-on effect of a changed density in housing versus a changed density in cars and a changed way in which they're being utilized. I just wish there was more things that actually, it feels very,
Yeah.
well, in the end, it feels very conventional
Mhm.
for something that in the end is actually hyper radical. Like as conservative as the project is, it's actually super radical, right? Like it's not something we would actually see, and no developer would do it. So what is like what are the outcomes that actually come out of that, right? Like, yeah, there's in some ways it's somewhat absurd, and I'd like to see that absurdity like expressed.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Any last comments? No, I think
All right,
it's
thanks.
congratulations, Joe. I mean, I think the comments were spot on. It's
I agree.
I call it the Keurig, by the way. It's but it's got this very dated kind of utilitarian, like extremely pragmatic, like aesthetic, and yet it's not. But I it's a difficult position that Joe took based on the prompt, because it's kind of for the moment, but it immediately brings up questions of longevity and survivability when you're taking this kind of position with the car, and you're building a new $40 million building essentially for the car and cramming people into tiny leftover spaces in the back. So it's a strong position with respect to that, I think. And who knows if we can ever get automated cars off and running. It might be that batteries get so efficient that like already you can fully charge Tesla in half an hour. I'm good at a supercharger. So like what's the point of wasting all these spots for charging when it only takes a half an hour, and then you're just paying for a very expensive parking spot? Anyway, I think it brings up a lot of interesting questions. So it's provocative in the end, Joe, and in that I think you're successful. So in a few minutes, Emma's going to join you here, and I'm going to depart to another room.
Oh, no.
So thank you guys. Nice seeing you all.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you,
All right.
likewise.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
having us.
See you guys later.
Keely, good to see you. I didn't say anything yet. Yeah. I think you're muted, sir. Yeah.
Good to see you too. Are you in Hawaii, Axel?
Not right now. I'm in LA, but I'm gonna be in Hawaii again. Yeah, so.
That's so exciting.
It's very nice. Yeah, it's very enjoyable. I was surprised that I by myself on that level. Quite honestly, yeah.
Yeah, whereabouts? Where are you?
Oh, we bought a house on the Big Island, yeah,
Okay.
and south of Kona, and so it's in this nice neighborhood, yeah, and nice ocean view, and 5 minutes to the beach, 10 minutes to the beach, and yeah.
That's incredible. Sounds a bit like a dream. I've never been to Hawaii, but it's on my.
Oh, you should come. Yeah.
Did you just say you own a house on the Big Island?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, I
Nice.
mean it was this weird moment where we needed to get out of LA during the pandemic with our little newborn, and this was when the markets crashed, and we just decided, well, when is that going to happen again? Yeah, and like everybody was panic selling in Hawaii, yeah, and that's where we then jumped in, and it was a hassle beyond, quite honestly. I was like during quarantine and pandemic to do a remodel of a building, and I just basically my in-law and me, we were the only people working basically on the house. So it was crazy.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's over. It's fun. It's a small little piece. The foxes were there, but you guys are welcome if you wanna go there. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Well, I wish I knew earlier. We had booked flights earlier, and then it was so hard to find accommodation. We ended up canceling.
Oh, no way! Really?
Oh.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's so funny because like I learned this from other people. Actually, the foxes as well. Like they came to the Big Island. They couldn't find a rental car. Yeah. Because suddenly everybody's going to Hawaii, and they shipped all the rental cars back to the mainland, and so people were renting U-Hauls just to get around. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
so yeah, no, but yeah, so you should have told me, Alvin. Yeah, I didn't realize. Yes, it's yeah. But yeah, we are gonna be all summer there, and then if anybody wants to come, just send me an email. It's a small house. It's a small
I'm
house.
gonna tell Graham we'll be there.
Yeah, how's Graham doing?
Yeah, he's doing well. Doing well. He
Good.
misses Canada, but the border is still closed. So.
Yeah, you guys were kind of like living apart for a moment or not?
Yeah, I was living in Florida for like 3.5. We tore our house down too, right in.
Oh, geez, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we thought, let's renovate.
I will tell you, I will never do that stuff by myself again ever in my life. But it was worth it. Yeah. So, hi, Emma.
Hi. How was you were looking at Michael's students, was that right?
Yeah. This
Great.
is live recorded. It was great. Yeah. No, it was fun. We were just chatting right now until you came.
Thank you for waiting. I'm excited to have you guys look at a couple of our students next. Maybe I can give you just a quick, you guys kind of have a feel for the studio as a whole, but maybe as Michael told you, the different sections are working in sort of slightly different areas close to downtown and have slightly different umbrella programs that the students are sort of making their own program within. So our studio, we're working in at Chinatown, which if you're not super familiar with the neighborhood is, it's actually the second Chinatown after the original one was demolished. to create Union Station, but it has quite a rich kind of cultural history, and it has some really interesting typologies that are pretty specific to the neighborhood. Also, traditionally a very low-rise neighborhood, mostly 1- and 2-story buildings, a lot of open parking lot area, but a place that's zoned to be much taller, and so is rapidly changing. And so that's something that some students were really digging into. And our umbrella program was looking at spaces of retail and hospitality and entertainment, which also has a kind of a lot of roots in that neighborhood, with a lot of restaurants and nightclubs and all kinds of kind of things happening like that. So that's mostly it. I'm gonna copy our concept board for you guys into the chat. I think you have it in the email, but just so it's convenient. And I think you guys probably already were introduced this morning, but maybe for the students, if you could briefly tell them kind of for the, I think we have 5 jurors, yes? Axel, Alvin, Keely, German, and Ruth. Just tell the students kind of where they're, who they're hearing from today. Axel, I think they know you, but you want to start us off?
Okay, yeah. Hi, I'm Axel. I teach here for a while already, and I also run a little practice site, a new one called A Platform, and yeah, that's my life. I do things, little things sometimes.
Great. Oh, Alvin, you're not a juror. You're just pinned at the top.
Oh, am I not a juror?
No, you are. Go ahead. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm looking at the.
Okay. Hi, I'm Alvin Huang. I'm associate professor at USC School of Architecture and director of graduate post-professional architecture, and have a small practice here in LA called Synthesis Design and Architecture. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Keely.
Hi, I'm Keely Colclo, and I have a company here in Los Angeles called Kilograph. We're a creative studio. I've done some teaching at Cal Poly in the past, and really excited to be here today. Thank you so much, Emma, for having me.
Thanks for being here. And Ruth.
Hi, I'm Ruth O. I also taught at Cal Poly for a couple of years, and I do recognize some of the students' names, which probably means that I taught while you guys were first years.
I think you did.
Yeah. I am currently a project designer at HMC Architects, and I don't no longer teach at Cal Poly, but I do attend a couple of these every year. So thanks for inviting me again.
Yeah, nice to see where people ended up when you knew them as younger students. Always.
Yeah.
And German.
Sure. Hi, Emma. Nice to meet you. My name is Herman Aparicio. I'm a current faculty member at Cal Poly Pomona. I teach courses in advanced digital design and entrepreneurship. I'm also a project manager at Trimble and alumni of Cal Poly. So definitely was in your seats a while ago now, back in early 2000s.
Great. Well, you'll have good insights of kind of where the students' heads are at this moment. Great. I'm going to share my screen, and then the students will moderate, so they'll move you around to what boards to look at when. And then you can always kind of, kind of same as probably Michael was doing, move yourselves around in the concept board or follow on Zoom, and we can kind of go from there. So first up, we have McKay. McKay, take it away whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, I'll start moderating. Okay. Hello, my name is McKay Cleland, and my project is entitled Freeway Cinema. The project is located in Chinatown along the 110 freeway at the end of Adobe Street. The goals of the project is to engage the building with the freeway bring people from the freeway to the site, and circulate the users vertically up through the project. The site is located within a C2 zone with no setbacks or height restrictions. The building's massing is simply a tapered block with the ground floor set back to allow for egress and vehicular access, and also for the building to lean over the freeway. The project's program is a cinema along with restaurant and retail. The premise of the project lies in its facade. Much like the movie screen itself, the facade becomes a projected screen, with the activity and program of the building all being projected onto it, visible to the freeway. In this instance, the show begins on the freeway while the users become the moving picture. The building's design allows for all the egress and circulation to flow along the periphery of the building, ultimately widening up along the facade. The 3 screening rooms are located along the back face of the building. The back of house is located within the core of the building, with the cinema lobby, retail, and restaurant located or filling up the space around it. This diagram shows the converging and diverging paths the users may take in the building. The project's procession either begins on the freeway, shown on the upper left, or a pedestrian shown on the upper right. They both would culminate into the entry where they brought up to the 2nd floor via escalator. From here, the cinema users may continue to buy their movie tickets, get concessions, and travel to the premiere screening room, which is on this 1st floor, or up this private escalator to the upper screening rooms 2 floors above. The restaurant and retail users would continue up from the 2nd floor along the stairs on the facade up to the 3rd floor retail space and the 4th and 5th floor restaurant spaces. In this site plan, the upper freeway edge of the site is offset and dedicated to loading as well as the egress outside of the building. Vehicles can access automated parking in the middle, and pedestrians can access the entry in the front corner of the site. The 2nd floor, like I said, consists of the cinema lobby and the continuation of public circulation up the facade. This section shows the experience to the center of the building, showing the relationship of this private escalator and the sectional layout of the upper and lower screening rooms. This is the 3rd floor, which consists of the retail, and you can continue up this line of circulation along the facade up to the 4th and 5th restaurant levels, which also is the upper cinema levels. You'll notice in these plans that the egress from the cinemas are purposely placed in such a way that they exit along the facade. So in this instance, there are egress right here and egress along the periphery of the building, which all culminate into this under the main egress into the facade. The building is a steel structure with concrete finishes. Much of the materiality of the project comes from the light itself, utilizing warm reds, oranges, and yellows to contextualize itself with the atmosphere and colors of a city night along the freeway. This wall section shows a space in which the users circulate along the facade. They are greeted by these light walls shown in the middle, which utilize LED lights and a metal grid that directs the light orthogonally towards the facade, as well as hides direct glare from the users. This is a view of that exact space. And this is the light wall on the right. This wall section shows the space in which the users circulate along the facade. This is a wall section of the cinema and its relationship to the facade. I'm looking the other direction. And you can see these moments in which egress is protruding through the cinema in order to flow down to the facade and down the project. And this is the interior view of what that experience would be leaving the cinema down the facade. To conclude, The project strives to bring people up and down the project and engage itself with the freeway by projecting itself outwards, where the users are transformed into the screen and so that the experience can begin on the freeway. Thank you.
And jurors, if you guys want to moderate within the concept board or request that I sort of scoot us around to a certain image, or just start moderating.
Well, I guess I start. Okay, good to see you.
Hi, Axel. How's it going?
Good, good. See you soon again, right? Okay, where would you think, in terms of your investment in, let's say, space making, would be a focus on this project?
Are you asking?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Where's your spatial interest invested in this project?
Yeah, so spatial interest is definitely that kind of void atrium space that kind of happens along the facade in the way in which vertical circulation or just circulation with the stairs protruding through cinema elements and protruding through all of the other program elements is definitely where my interests are located.
Yeah, I think that's a clever answer in that sense, because I do think like the theater spaces themselves have a certain fixity based on certain requirements. So, and I do recall this Co-Primoblast / Tom Wiscombe project in Dresden, the UFA Film Palace, which I happened to visit soon after it was completed, and I was kind of curious about it because it treated literally like the surrounding space around the theaters as the interesting and the most important type of space. With that said, I'm kind of curious if you gave it enough meat to operate. Yeah. I think there's a bit of a claustrophobia coming about, but that may be just the visuals also that are producing. Yeah. However, I think again, like when I think of this very prominent photos we see at the new museum at Barsana, where there's this like vertical stairwell and this Kafkaesque read of the stair, then I could understand some of those notions, but I do think I think you're still somewhere in between where you don't necessarily articulate the space making or the spatial properties and control them well enough yet. Yeah, especially when you're playing out two different systems where you have this created glowing environment, which I kind of like quite a bit. Yeah, and on the other hand, you have this more organic, webby narrative that is a very different architectural language. And I'm wondering how those, and especially also with the transparency it offers, I wonder what type of dialogue they are engaging in really, because right now you're giving us only a glimpse into the nighttime, but what happens during the daytime? So there's some of those questions that I would be super curious about. So that said, I'm also kind of curious because you presented, is this the first, the narrative images? I was very curious about those. And are these most recent? Are these very recent images?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. The interior isn't completely resolved, but yeah, these are recent.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because like I think this project is to a large degree an interior project, or should probably be viewed as an interior project. The way it's vignetted and presented, even though you have this very elegant and eloquent night shot or sunset shot, which is so LA, and but I do think the opportunity lie in those vignettes actually to start really investigating like what are the special qualities I'm looking forward to, and how do I treat those qualities, and like what am I working on here? Yeah, like how do I read datums, figuration, perspective, and so forth in those type of, and then there's the material properties obviously that kick in at the same time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that would be, because otherwise I think it's a fairly straightforward project in that sense, and I have not engaged too much in cinema design, so I wouldn't know if that is a very efficient project, but I think there's some question towards like what your emphasis is on this project.
Okay.
McKay, I really like the way you presented this project. I think I got a good feel about what the experience is like and the interior spaces. In particular, I really like this view that you show here. It kind of gives me sort of a 180 perspective of what that quality is like as you progress through the building. I'm curious why you chose to keep the sort of like restaurant and screening experiences separate. Right, seems like the future of theaters is in sort of in high end, like the market is high end, just because post COVID everybody's accustomed to watching films at home and being comfortable, and it seems like the future is about providing that experience, that or a better experience in the theater than you would get at home. So I would imagine sort of in a world where everything's, where you have contactless payments, for example, that you could just order your food from your seat, it would arrive to you and provide that degree of experience. I'm curious why you chose to keep things separate.
Like
and
I pick in Pasadena, or yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a path that, one of the paths I could have taken starting from last semester when we did our senior project research. That's one of the concept images I had, was the integration of all these programs together. But I ended up going a different path, more focused on its engagement with the freeway and everything. But I see what you mean. Yeah, that's definitely a good point.
Well, and I think that was a question that came up for McKay in a couple of reviews, right? Like, how much is this project trying to kind of question or tackle the future of the movie theater, and how much is it not about that, and how much is it okay for it to not be about that? You know, I think those were questions that were always coming up.
Yeah, maybe the experience is more about after the film, right? After you watch the film and you're able to discuss it, and it's about that common space. And so, to Axel's point, it's all about those interiors, and I'd like to see how that those spaces facilitate those type of conversations and changes the movie going experience from not just leaving after the movie's done, but hanging out and being able to have those type of discussions.
When you first said freeway cinema, I thought it was going to be sort of a drive-in, and I
Yeah.
could drive by and experience the cinema. So I was looking for the rendering of the, you know, like that old like 80s OMA rendering with the Art and Media Center, that one, you know, with the cowboy on it. Because I mean, particularly in this moment where we've all been doing a lot more, perhaps going to drive-ins, there's something really compelling about that, and something to play with. So where did your facade come from? The sort of cellular.
So the grid is derived from something called Penrose tiling, and it's kind of it's a tiling using triangles that aggregate like a pentagon. So it has more of a sectional relationship rather than just like a standard vertical grid. And it allows it to be modulated with just two triangles or two main triangles, and then along the edges, of course, there's going to be custom modules.
Cool.
Yeah, I have some questions about this, and I think some of the questions revolve around what Emma brought up earlier in terms of like how this responds to like a program that is very clearly, let's say, in the context of 2021, having some severe rethinking that goes into what it's going to be like in the future, but also maybe some more direct, pragmatic issues about its siting and its location and the program. This is a part of Chinatown which is not at all on the main drag. It's tucked off into the corner in a fairly, like, I would say, industrial part of Chinatown, and gets, I'd say, 0 foot traffic and 0, let's say, it's the opposite of where you would probably put a theater. Right, like traditionally you would put a theater as an anchor to a place that had a lot of amenity, right? Like you place it at a mall or in a position where it can, let's say, either bring activity to other things.
Yeah.
I think you even highlighted it wrong there. It's technically not that red corner, it's the one below the red corner, right?
No, it's correctly highlighted. Or are we looking at the image that I'm showing right now?
Yeah, because I just looked it up on Google Earth. This is a parking lot right here. This is a driveway that goes in.
Yeah, so, well, that's also a parking lot, the site along the freeway.
Right, but in your site diagrams, you're arguing that there's a corner against 2 buildings.
Oh, so those 2 adjacent buildings are just put in there for like future context or possible.
So you're saying that because that's the other question I had, is that you're positioning the project as having a back, that it can be butted up against 2 buildings that don't exist.
Yeah.
Right, because I think that's highly problematic as well, right? Like basically premising that there's going to be, you only have to design one side because the other 2 sides are covered up by something that doesn't exist. But let's forget about that part. I think the part I'm thinking about is like why anybody would ever build a movie theater there, and if so, maybe the premise you're talking about is its, let's say, attraction is to people driving past it on the 110, right? And that's what is going to draw people there. But those people that pass it on the 110, once they pass it, the next off ramp is way up the 110, right? Like it's you're up into Highland Park. Like there's no immediate right after, if you pass Chinatown.
There is an off ramp right beside it, actually.
Is there?
Yeah, you can see it in the site map.
I think there's one more opportunity to get off.
Okay.
It's actually right in front of it. It begins.
But in that case, then maybe what you're thinking about is less about the programmatic activity of, like, let's say a Center Pompidou or a Beverly Center that kind of illustrates circulation. And I would think what would be more interesting and apparent to people about a movie theater would be a marquee, right? Like they want to know what movies are there. They want to know what, like, I'm not attracted to the movie theater because I see people walking up a stair.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm attracted to a movie theater because I know what movies are playing and I'm interested in seeing them. And there's some sort of, let's say, which is where I had thought you were going when you started it, right? Like you talked about it as a projection of activity of what's happening in the theater, but walking up the stairs is actually not the activity of what's in the theater, right? Like the activity is the content, right? Like the actual purpose why people go there, right? And I think that, to me, is probably where I would say thinking about that as something that is really kind of driving the project. I think that kind of idea of this transparent screen that shows you the contents of something, that all the activity is actually happening one layer behind that right now.
Sure.
Yeah. And you really only have like the kind, like, I don't go to the movies that often, but I do know that when I do go, it's like there's activity in between the movies and then zero activity for the rest of the time. So like most of the time you're actually looking at this, there's not a lot of people walking there.
Okay. Well, yeah. Part of it is it does kind of show part of what's happening in the restaurant and the retail, but I see what you mean.
Right.
But whereas, yeah, in my last review, we kind of talked about how these the screening rooms can kind of be these floating boxes within the project, where it's like you have this transparent element, then you have those super opaque elements. But I see what you mean. Yeah, there's you want to see what's actually happening in the building.
Well, I think see what's actually happening, but also maybe thinking about like, are you familiar with Casa de Musica in Porto by Koolhaas?
Yeah.
Right, which is a project which is very much about like voyeurism and kind of these stolen moments of being able to like look inside to something that you're not normally able to see. Like you can, you have the famous part is the undulating glass wall at the back where you can kind of walk into the back and watch the concerts without hearing them. And I'm trying to think about ways in which you could have these sorts of stolen moments in a project like this, which allows you to not only, because right now it speaks to one moment, right, which is a fleeting one, right? Like this drive-by. Okay, depending on traffic, it might not be fleeting. You could also be sitting there staring at it for a very long time.
Yeah.
And so let's say thinking about it in ways that there's multiple scales to that, right? So in the Koolhaas version in OMA's concert hall, there's the big moment where you can go to the back and watch the concert from that back glass wall and not hear it. But then there's other smaller scale moments where you get that kind of repetition of cuts that give you like a moment of being able to see through a peephole into the practice area where the performers are practicing. Then other areas where there's a hole in the wall and you get to see the gears rotating in the escalators as it moves up. And then there's other moments and so there's this sequence of voyeuristic moments that actually, I could say, keep moving down in scale.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas here, there's always just this one big one, and that big one disappears in an instance, and then never again, right? Like, because once you're there, it's gone, right? Then there's the reverse one, which is now I get to look at all the traffic. But I'm trying to think about how that relates to more you getting that continuous voyeuristic moment of looking into the theaters, right? Like maybe I have a ticket to this one, but I get a chance to kind of glimpse what's happening in another theater, or I get a chance to, whatever it is. Like there's another project which is interesting to think of in this context, which is the Tate Modern by Herzog de Meuron in London. And there's a moment in the Tate Modern where let's say the ground floor entry is free and open to the public. The second floor is the paid exhibition hall, the paid temporary exhibition. And then the third floor and above is the free permanent exhibition space. And so when you come in from the ground floor entrance, to get up to the free third floor, you take an escalator that bypasses the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
But it moves through, but it doesn't touch. You can't get off. So you get a glimpse of that paid. You get a glimpse of that paid permanent or temporary exhibition, which makes you want to pay to go see it. Right, on your way to the free one above, right? And so there's this sort of look but don't touch moment, but it entices you to go back to it.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think that's a great comment. it takes me back to when I was a kid and used to buy a ticket and you could go to another theater and sort of watch a movie for free. But in today's world, right, like seats are pre-assigned. You can't really do that, and be able to facilitate that. I think is a great idea and worth noting.
Yeah, great comments. Thank you.
I have just one comment, which is I think overall, your energy, like in your process, your energy was maybe spent too much, like so hard trying to design a very practical, believable like building that you didn't get to quite explore your thesis with, you know, much more depth in both the design, the siting of it. I mean, you like touch on it where it's located, but in like the final product really just makes me think of this building as a billboard from the freeway to attract people to come here, right? That's like the goal. But it doesn't really talk, and it doesn't really explore anything really deep beyond that. So I think that's where like a lot of the comments are coming from. So you could have just had a little more rigor in like thinking about the programs. Like I know there's like a retail space in the program as well, but I don't really know how the synergy between the retail and the cinema and the restaurants, how this is like really getting people to see this place as a vibrant hub and come here. Like how is this elevated from like the traditional movie theater like ArcLight that we already know about? So I think that layer of like innovation, or like even if it was something about the neighborhood that you really research deeper in, like how does this connect to the community? Like does this give the community a sense of like identity or something? Like what is it really doing for this place? I think all of those questions, there's so much meat there that you could have like really utilized to give your project more depth and meaning. It's just like everything else about the presentation and design was coherent, and it was just fine, you know. But I think it was like that extra rigor that really wanted to see. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, and I think Ruth, I mean, I agree, but I also think that's always like a struggle with the final reviews for Cal Poly Pomona in specific, because we do ask them to take it to a real building level. And then I think for some people, they're really able to kind of hold on to their thesis aims and really keep that strong throughout. But I think sometimes it becomes difficult to kind of see the forest for the trees when you're kind of trying to hit all of the benchmarks of the kind of developed building part of things also. But very, very apt comment there. Any sort of last questions or comments for McKay, and otherwise we'll move to our last student of this set. Okay.
Well, I appreciate all of your guys' comments, and I'm definitely going to take those into heart. Thank you.
Thanks, McKay. We have one more student for you guys. Alice, are you ready to moderate us through?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Emma. Hi, Axel. My name is Alice. In the 1930s, the city, I need to moderate, right? Okay, in the 1930s, the city of Los Angeles revived Chinatown at its current location. But is this Chinatown, or is this still Los Angeles? Although Chinatown has a much acclaimed reputation, its social and economic values declined over the years, causing it to be neglected by outside investors until now. While recent developments appear to revive some of its cultural values,
by attempting to reincorporate Chinese elements. These elements are often simplified or fantasized version of the original neighborhoods. To address these issues, my project integrates ideas that appeal to both outside tourists and the locals while preserving the historical Chinese elements natural to the neighborhood, such as the pedestrian alleys and public plazas. Ultimately, my proposal aims to create a hotel that is truly tied to a sense of place, to mediate a better connection between the metro station and the Chinatown Central Plaza, and to re-examine the plaza courtyard typology, which is common in the neighborhood for a taller building. The project is a blend of workshop studio and hotel that can serve as a hub of cultural exchange between the visitors and the community. It is situated on North Broadway and only 1 block away from Chinatown Metro Station. It is also located near the major freeways. So after you get off the freeway, you not only can go to McKay's building, but also come to mine. The image on the left is a massing of my building. The top floors are designated for hospitality and hotel use, while the bottom floors cater to businesses for commercial uses, such as workshop studios and restaurants. The project physically connects the metro station to the Chinatown Central Plaza through a pedestrian pathway that cuts across the site. I am following C2 zoning requirements for commercial levels and R4 for the hotel levels. Here's a section to show the relationship between the metro on the right and the Central Plaza. Additionally, the raised plaza at the heart of my project continues the Chinatown Central Plaza while allowing for views of the cityscape. This is a front view of my building, and you can see the metro going by in the background. On the first floor, the pedestrian pathway on the left is for public uses. Front and back entrance of the building have bars for people to grab a quick drink. There's also a gift shop. The first and second floor have workshop studio spaces that house exhibitions, for example, showcasing various Chinese porcelain and ceramics artworks. There will also be ceramic workshops near the exhibition to allow a more hands-on experience of this unique Chinese culture. Here's a side view from the public pathway. And here's a second floor that has more workshop studios and a tiny bar. And on the right, a section cut to show the commercial levels on the bottom 3 floors and hotel rooms above. The third floor has a dining area that not only provides authentic Chinese food, but also teaches visitors about the Chinese dining culture, such as using a chopstick or Chinese tea ceremony. The spa provides acupuncture services in contrast to the typical massages. The section on the right shows the elevation of that site and the outdoor raised plaza. The living hotel quarters are further divided to provide options to the users, such as on the right, the more spacious green-desk quarters for families with kids that like to run around, or on the left, the more homely, inclusive rooms for single users or couples. In the hotel rooms, writing tools will be provided, and the visitors will be provided for the visitors to also experience traditional Chinese calligraphy. Here's an enlarged view of the single users unit and the family unit. They both have brushes and a Chinese wooden soaking bath here. One side of the hotel is purposely lowered relative to the other to maximize sunlight entering the central courtyard. The main structure of this project is steel, and the 4 staircases not only serve for safety reasons, but also being used as a lateral support for the project. My project's module on the facade is made of ceramic tile to resonate with the ceramics workshop that will be held in the building. The pattern of the tile is inspired by various elements found across Chinatown. each module represents different interpretations of the same pattern. Some are see-through to provide transparency, and some have reliefs to provide textures and three-dimensional effects. By combining the tiles, it can create a characteristic facade which makes use of natural ventilation, passive cooling by shading, while enhancing occupant security. The screen wall wraps around the outer side of the building, but inside faces of the building are more open. The screen wall along the facade are aligned and attached to the structure, but pulled away from the exterior cladding. This is a view from the hallway where you can study how the shadow comes in. And if you're taking a metro, you can see the back of my facade as well as the central plaza here. After you got off the metro and arrived to my building at the public pathway, you can see the ceramics workshop that's happening inside the building, or you can go straight to the central plaza. If you decide to come into my building, you may want to wander around the central courtyard on the 3rd floor, or try out the acupuncture service. But if you decide to check out your hotel room, you can walk through this hallway. So here's a walkthrough of my building as you being a little clay. The comic starts from the top right. It's called A Clay in a Life. So you're being delivered by someone to my building. And as you enter to the lobby, you see everyone's drinking, having fun, and also your clay family turn into beautiful art pieces. You eventually got picked up by someone to the workshop studio. There's also a little boy pouring the clay to the mold. If anyone wants to buy the mold, it's also selling in the gift shop too. Then afterwards, you turn into a beautiful cup. And you get to travel to the 3rd floor dining area with your creator, which is me, and to the swimming pool chilling together. Yeah. So to recap, the project is a blend of workshop studio and hotel for both outside visitors and the people in Chinatown. Thank you.
So Alice, you go swimming with your clay thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you go through the building as a clay.
No, I mean, in the pool, you swim with your clay thing? Isn't that kind of a bit morbid in a sense? Like,
yeah,
like
since
kind of a, isn't that kind of like a, okay.
Yeah.
I leave it there.
Since you become a cup, so there's a bar you can grab a drink with the cup.
I really liked your storytelling here. I think it's really refreshing.
Thank you.
And it's really appropriate project. So the whole kind of experience of being there, it's really reinforced by this slide that we're on. I think you did a really nice job of incorporating those axonometrics to sort of show exactly what these modules would be like. And the whole thing has a very kind of modular feel, but it feels very kind of happy. And I know it's hard to do, but I appreciate your attempt at doing the shadow work. Very complex to do that as a render. But I think it's important that you tried it and it worked out because we understand how that facade would function. So yeah, I think you've done a really nice job. I really like this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gary, really enjoyed the storytelling aspect of your presentation. I'm curious why you chose to use a hotel sort of as your program versus like an educational center. It seems like it would have been appropriate as well to have an educational center on ceramics. And I'm curious what the connection might be between ceramics and the Chinese culture. I don't know if there's any.
Oh, ceramics is also part of like the historical elements in Chinese culture.
Okay.
And having a hotel is because this is a hospitality studio, but also sometimes hotel has like hotel and spa, hotel and something. So mine is hotel and workshop studio. So it actually started with the hotel and then to workshop studio.
Yeah, I think there's tons of like interesting work related to ceramics because it's very much about the craft, right? It's very much like something that you learn and you could teach, and um, sort of as you bring in digital tools into the craft making of ceramics, I think there's like interesting synergies between the two, and I think you could have done a whole sort of a whole program around that, and that could have been pretty exciting. But I'd recommend you check out some of that work, specifically ceramics in Spain on some of the markets out there, and yeah.
Okay, I will for sure.
This is I applaud you for your careful storytelling that is very seductive, that you walk us through the project like this, and I'm kind of favoring your graphic sensibility too, even though it's something I would not do, but it would be also probably on my end and cultural misappropriation. But and this puts me a bit into the position, because while I understand the project, and I love the idea of this hotel combining with this workshop narrative, and it just, for whatever reason, it just reminds me, just because I guess now everybody's going there, it reminds me of Arcosanti a bit, yeah, where you kind of do forced labor for the Arcosanti family in a sense, and pay like, what is it, $2,000 just to stay there for 5 days, and they sell your stuff there. But that is not the case in your scenario. I think. And I think you mentioned it just in your response that the workshop came later. I wonder actually what would have happened if the workshop would have been a much more prominent aspect of this project from the start on. Yeah, but that's spilled water and it's or spilled milk in that sense, because what I actually really would like to talk to, and I, again, like this is a tricky conversation, but I've been always asking myself this, particularly about Los Angeles also, and also because of this current conversations about the culture, tradition, and historical reference. And I think in your case, I think you have not really examined the conflation of these three topics, because for you, culture and tradition has a lot to do with how certain things were and how we understand that they should look like to a degree. And again, like I'm not Asian, obviously, so I cannot speak to certain aspects. I'm just married to one, and I've traveled a bit, but that's all I know. But on the other hand, I do think there is a bit too safe moment, and this is probably the conversation I wanted to bring up, is like what type of architecture do we want to see in Chinatown of the 21st century, especially when it comes from, let's say, second generation or third generation Chinese immigrant, or even from first generation Chinese immigrants in that sense, yeah, or who it caters to in the end. So that's ultimately what it is, because like, I mean, the China by itself is fairly large, and I know that the Chinese ceramics and pottery is also very particularly different from region to region, or at least that's what I learned when I visited the Taipei National Museum, where I was totally flabbergasted of what has been produced thousands of years ago already. And this brings me a bit to your brise-soleil slash formal narrative with the tile, where I think tiles are freakingly awesome to use as as a superficial system, yeah, and the superficial attitude. But I'm wondering if you took full advantage of this by relying too much on a historical narrative, yeah, or on a literally just too much retro going on for me, even for the context you're operating in. And that's why I brought up this conversation in terms of culture, history, and tradition. And I think these three need to be separated in an architectural narrative. And this may have allowed you, while I'm with Kile, like there's a lot of diligence going into what you present, but I do wonder about the reductiveness of this project, of this fallback to some very traditional motifs in that sense. And so maybe you can explain this a bit to me, or maybe someone else can talk to that. But and then there's the use of color, which I'm also super fascinated in your project. Yeah, because like color is, I think, something that I'm starting to get really into lately, and I'm very curious about like certain aspects. So I'm done. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have to say I really agree with Axel on this one. I think you know, as a Chinese American myself and somebody who's you know, born here but clearly with Eastern heritage, you know, I think one of the things that I really appreciated about your thesis statement and your opening statement was this kind of comment about the Disney-ification, I think was the term you used, that you were trying to move away from. But I feel like you kind of moved back to, you know, with just now it would be Disney light, right? Like, whereas before it was like Disney obvious. I think, you know, the kind of, I guess, motif driven thing, like, Alice, are you Chinese from China?
No, I'm from Taiwan.
You're from Taiwan. But so let's say Taiwan, Taipei, if you go to Taipei and you go to Shanghai, you go to any contemporary Chinese city, or you will not find any architecture that looks like the architecture of Chinatown, right? Like the sort, like, and nobody would think about trying to do a new project and having to represent Chinese culture through the architecture as something that had to be expressed, like through, you know. And I think that's one of the things that is really important to think about, is that, let's say, Japanese contemporary architecture has a particular feel and identity that is inherently Japanese, but it is in no way trying to mimic or replicate its historic past, right? Like it's not trying to do a pagoda to be Japanese, but it is like Sana's work is super Japanese, right? But it's also super contemporary. And to me, I think that is what you started off looking for, right? Is how to be Chinese while being contemporary and doing something that is responsive to a sort of historic Chinese legacy, but also a very Western kind of context. And I think also thinking about it as you're also acknowledging, I think, one of the big issues, which is Chinatown has not developed in the way that its adjacent neighbors have. Like if you look at Little Tokyo or Arts District or downtown itself, the kind of rapid development that's happening there is now starting to trickle in. And I think one of the things that is very apparent is that most of the development that is happening in Chinatown is exclusively in the realm of multi-unit housing, and not at all in the form of amenity. And I think that's where the project, I think, had a real opportunity outside of the kind of hotel costs, kind of is more on the mixed use component, which you're starting to get at, but really, I think thinking about like how it can contribute to the ecology of Chinatown, of producing amenity that all of the new housing that's coming in needs, like desperately needs, while also addressing, I think, one of the other issues, which I think, is the, let's say, economic disparity of Chinatown, right? So what we do see is that Chinatowns across the world actually tend to be all below the poverty line. And you have actually, I think, some of the densest housing conditions in Chinatown in all of Los Angeles. And so I think beginning to think about not only, let's say, amenity for the community, but also public space. I think public space is a key component to thinking about how to work in Chinatown and how to develop there. And I think you're touching on all of these things, but you're maybe doing so in a way that right now is still, I feel like this is a project that I would have loved to see without the burden of the comprehensiveness, where you could actually really think about a lot of the things I think are of interest to you without having to think about all the things that you had to think about. I know that doesn't help because you still have to think about them. But.
I just want to point out also, I think like you're touching on some of the parts that maybe are more leaning towards Disneyfication. But I think one thing that Alice was really trying to look at was maybe not so much about, I think she talked about things in the context of kind of Chinese culture, but a lot of the bigger architectural moves were really more about Chinatown as a neighborhood and the kind of typologies that exist there that are used, that sort of these like active alleyways or kind of plazas that do become the outdoor spaces or the kind of public spaces, because it's so kind of park, it has so many few parks really, but there are these kind of outdoor plaza spaces. But how do you do those? How do you have those kind of things retained as it gets denser, right? Because a lot of those things only really work in a really low rise area, and as opposed to something like the way you're talking about, the big multifamily like Blossom Plaza, where it's like, oh, we put some lanterns in the middle to kind of signify that we're part of the neighborhood, but the kind of bigger kind of typological moves are stripped away. So I think that was part of where she was kind of coming from with the kind of initial larger moves of the project.
I think, and I think this, I recognize that too, and I appreciate this very much. I think something irks me about the tropes that are used here. Yeah, so that's where I come from, without wanting to dismiss the project at all, because this is actually a very beautifully produced project verbally and graphically. Even though it's not my type of aesthetic in the sense, but I'm also wondering like where is, yeah. And maybe the facade is not even the main strength of this project. Actually, I think this is my other question. So maybe I have to look more at the narrative that you're presenting, and that sense. And then I start looking into, it's like, yeah, if I look at the narrative, how does your narrative actually coincide with spatial qualities in that sense? Yeah. So that's where I'm coming in, and that's where I think my comment came in about the workshop, is where I'm looking at the main floor plan, I think, which is this up here there, right next to the elevation there, yeah, and I don't see much kind of really articulation of this in space and also in your graphics that would speak to me on a different level than in traditional formal tropes, and that may be just because we are in a retrograde phase in architecture in a sense, yeah, but maybe also I think maybe the spatial moves are also not strong enough, quite honestly, yeah, for that.
My first kind of reaction to the building was, it seems really high end, like a high end hotel, right? Like it seems a little bit like It could be in Chinatown in the far future, but maybe not in the near future. And it reminds me of like a hotel that I would go actually in Shanghai. And I have been to a hotel in Shanghai, and it's very luxurious and very high end. And it speaks to the fact that I think you're very thoughtful about the interior like design of this space, and everything that you've kind of invested your time into was sort of insular, like inside the building. And I think you had a lot of fun doing it because it really shows in your presentation. But I do kind of agree about like the facade, in terms of the facade design, this kind of ornamental or pastiche, you know, pattern making. Maybe one strategy to make it less, you know, about the design coming from a traditional Chinese motif is to consider, I don't know if you have considered scale of these blocks. So like I noticed in one of the renderings, some are blown up kind of large, and some, and you know, most of them are like smaller in scale. And maybe if the whole thing was just like one scale, so that there wasn't like this kind of, I don't know, something about like the playing of the tile scale sort of is a little bit distracting. And but I also heard you say that a part of it was sort of climactic, like so your reaction to bringing in more light in certain instances versus less light. So and again, I think you're very thoughtful in considering all of that. But as a kind of aesthetic, I think I would have appreciated it if it was like it just disappeared, right? Like all of the tiles were the same size, preferably the smallest size. I think that could have like almost from afar, like you don't even see the pattern, but when you get like kind of up close to it, you do recognize that it comes from this motif, and maybe that could have helped sort of with the, you know, because it's not really recognizable from afar if you had just kept the scale smaller. So yeah, that's just one thought I had.
Thank you.
So how much role plays presentation in Emma's section in general? I'm kind of curious. Like, where do you guys how do you look at presentation or graphic in that sense? Is this a part of an instructional or exploratory tool, or is it much more an end result kind of like system?
Are you asking me or are you asking Alice?
That could be open. Yeah, I think Alice could answer if she has an answer. Yeah.
Well, Emma gave us a schedule on what we should focus on, and the last week we spent the whole week focusing on practicing the presentation, but we spend most of the time refining the graphics. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a way that the syllabus is kind of written for all of the sections. I think that there's a bigger emphasis on kind of graphic style as it relates to your project towards the end of the semester. And for some people that comes in sooner than for other people. I would say that I am more agnostic about style than you, Axel. Like you have a very kind of like you have a defined aesthetic maybe more than me, and I'm very much more open to how students would like to present their work.
Yeah, I'm also older than you, so I have that privilege. I'm more stubborn on that already. No, but yeah, I know. I'm just, the reason why I'm wondering is because I'm looking at this very last vignettes that I very appreciate, those axonometrics mixed with perspectival vignettes, and I started realizing that they're less exploratory rather than documentary in a sense, and I wish it would have been the other way around in that sense. Yeah, that these become actually devices for you to understand, explore, let's say, datums, volumetric conditions, the relationship between axonometry and perspective. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we have two different projection techniques in architecture. And there's a reason why we are now looking much more at the axonometry these days, and the oblique particularly, than we used to do at the perspective during the more digital, like the post-digital presentation, basically, we're looking. But the funny thing is, I think actually in your case, a perspective is a much more favorable tool and device, Alex. Yeah?
Mhm.
And because of its because the difference between an isometric and an oblique, I think, in my opinion, is that the one is versus a perspective is that the perspective generates a point of view, and the axonometry produces an overview. And I think when you want to develop an intimacy to a project, I think you need to develop a point of view rather than an overview. And so I think in this sense, and I'm not alone with this opinion, quite honestly, but I think these type of narratives have disappeared because we don't read certain people that have been talking about those positions in the 20s and 30s of the last century. Pankowski and Apanovsky and others. But I think once you start looking at this, and I'm looking at particularly the perspective where you play even with color, datum, and registration kind of very, very carefully, and even so with this coffee table perspective, I think this could become actually a lot different for you as a project, as a tool in the device in your project than it is right now, because I think there's also a certain flatness that has emerged in your project that might not necessarily remain once you study your drawings a bit more carefully. Yeah. That's my last 2 cents. I still love your graphics, Alice. They are freaking awesome. Yeah.
Thank you, Axel.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I think in terms of graphics, that was later, though in terms of like using, say, views to develop the project, that certainly was exploratory as well as, you know, documentary. But that was definitely a tool that came in earlier. I think maybe this one was a bit later, perhaps, than some of the other views that were more generative.
It's kind of too bad because there's something about the way, you know, the script and the story sort of informing the building, like this sort of idea that form follows fiction in a way, that I wish you told me that was the initial,
right,
the very first thing that was produced for this project.
Sorry, I spilled the beans.
No, that's okay. I think that's it, but it's an approach, you know, it's one of the many millions of ways you could go about it, is the story which feels very comfortable and intimate and delightful to inform the project.
but except for the units that are much more Sim City, yeah, in that fashion, and that's where I'm kind of like realizing, like, I don't think you use your devices to the full extent to explore certain things. Yeah.
Okay. Any last comments for Alice, or for Alice and McKay, or for the kind of students in general as we end this particular session?
Thank you, everyone, for all the feedbacks are really helpful. And
Great
also
work.
thank you, Emma. I have fun doing this project.
Very cool.
Glad.
By
Thanks,
the way,
guys.
like Institut du Monde Arabe, I can't believe that didn't come up. No?
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah.
Okay.
But then we also need to start talking about datums much more
Yeah.
carefully. Yeah, because that's Novelle's thing. Yeah.
Got it.
Anyways, I appreciate you having me. Good seeing so many of my former students also. So it's fun. Yeah. And yeah, good to see you, Herman, Keely, Emma, Ruth,
Likewise.
and Alvin,
Yeah,
obviously.
likewise.
And likewise,
It's
great
always
work.
fun to see like student projects be, you know, like when you're in the real world and working on real projects, you don't really get to see stuff like this. So it's fun to see like that imaginative, like exciting projects. I think that's always fun. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you so much. Always delightful.
And hopefully the last time we'll all have to do these Zoom reviews.
Oh my God. So, there's some nice things though. I mean, there's the ability to go to the board and zoom in like that you couldn't really do. You have everybody crowded around the panel.
Yeah.
Some good things.
And to have people who are too far away to drive out to campus be able to give feedback has also been a pleasure for us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you
so much.
all five of you for your time and your energy and all of your insightful feedback and kind of references and comments. Really appreciated on that front. So thank you guys so much for your time. For my students, we're gonna take a little break.
See you guys.
Thank you. Congratulations to everyone.
Congrats.
We are we're gonna move to room 1, but we actually don't have any. We're only kind of in the last part that's starting at 4:45. So I'm gonna put the link for room 1 in the chat.
Got it, Emma.
Oh, you got it. I'm gonna put it in. I think it has a password, but you guys can find that. And so we can go, I would say kind of between now and 3:30 is a break. And then from 3:30 to 4:45, you guys we can be in room 1 and watch Sarah's reviews, or you can kind of go watch other reviews, and then we'll just reconvene a bit before 4:45 in room 1. Sound good? All right, I'll take that as a yes. Great, guys. We've only got one more panel to go. So keep up the energy and yeah, really nice presentation so far. So everyone take a little lunch break, little walk around the block, and we will reconvene. See you soon.
Okay, so Jessica, you were made host, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you generally have an idea of what you're doing, right? Or do you need any?
Yeah, I'm done, right? And then I'll just wait for the other person to come and then I'm
Oh,
good.
let's see. Oh, I forgot that you were on. Let's see who is doing. Oh, okay, yeah. So Dakota will come in. I was looking at the wrong list. Yeah, so Dakota should come in. She'll just probably have to hang out until she gets in here. Unless you can always make me the host because I'm in here for Katrin section, and you can head out, and then I'll just make Dakota host if you want.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Garrett.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Hi, Dakota.
Hello.
So I'm gonna make you host. And generally, do you have an idea of what you're doing today? Do I need to go over anything?
I think I have the general idea down, yes. Just to confirm, I would like to confirm which concept board for this meeting though.
Yeah. So for this room, because I realized that we didn't advertise the schedule per se. Well, it's in the different emails, but let me find it. Okay, so room 2, so it's going to be Katrin's. Yeah, and I'll just, since Katrin's section isn't here yet, because I think everyone else in our studio is behind. But that should be the one, and you can just keep posting that as we go through. Or when all the jury gets here.
Yeah, the 5 that I have say Sarah, Emma, Michael, Wendy, and Andre. Is that?
Yeah, so it's those concept boards, but specifically Katrin is presenting for this panel to start, and then it's Andre at the switch. So for the first 2 presentations, it's Katrin, and then the last 2 is Andre.
Okay, yeah, I just don't think I have the link to Katrin's concept board.
Okay, yeah, I just put it in the chat, so then you can just keep. I may end up doing it anyway, but it's fine.
Perfect, thank you.
Christine, weren't you in room 4?
Yes, I was.
Oh, wait 1 second. Let me plug in
Okay.
Were you in room 4, Christine?
Yes, I was. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Who did you make host?
Oh, shoot. I was supposed to send it to someone, right? Oh, crap. I
You're supposed
didn't.
to wait
Okay,
for
hold on.
Jamie.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me go back. Is Michael still there? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, I would
Okay, let me see.
assume, but it might
Okay.
interrupt the live stream. That's what I'm.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Okay, it looks like Jamie got in, but let me.
Because I left Michael as the host. I was supposed to give it to a student, not Michael.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me.
Yeah, she just wrote on the group message that she's in room 4 and Michael is there. So it's I
Okay.
think right.
Well, we just need to make sure that she's host.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm like messing everything up today. My bad. I hope it works out.
It worked. All right. Nothing to worry about.
Woof. Okay, cool.
Hey, Garrett.
Yes, Katrin?
I knew you're here. I was just seeing if you know where Claude is.
I don't know.
I just let her in.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, there
Okay,
he is.
perfect. Okay, just checking, just making sure. Hi, Patricia. Oh, you are actually muted.
You're totally right. Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. Not too bad.
Good to see you again.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you. And you're right now in Chile?
Yes, I'm in Santiago.
In Santiago. Okay. Are we the same time zone, or are you
No,
ahead of us?
actually, we are the same time as New York, Eastern time.
Right, which is interesting because like you always think, or I always think of the Americas in one line, but actually South America is doing this like West,
Yeah,
East.
well, quite Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah.
As for California, at least, yes.
And then like, right, exactly. And then Brazil like is even further ahead.
It's even
right?
farther. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But because of time zoning, I don't think that we have such a great difference with Brazil. We should have more, I think.
Okay.
But you know, these things are very flexible.
We can actually have that discussion in a little bit because
yes.
One of the two presenters is from Brazil, so maybe she has like some ideas about how we should change the times. We draw the line.
Yeah, definitely.
And are you at the teaching at the moment?
Yes, I'm running. In fact, maybe too much. I think I'm running 3 studios here.
Wow. Okay. That is. I've done 2 studios at once, and that was like took a lot of my bandwidth.
Yeah, I'm not proud of it. I'm hopefully it's gonna end soon somehow. Yeah. But it's interesting because 2 of these studios are kind of advanced, and in a way we don't meet as much as the younger students do. You know.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
And so are you teaching in the undergraduate program, or like how old are the students that you're teaching?
One of these studios, it's for undergrads. In fact, it's 2nd year. And the other 2, it's for older students, which are more independent in a way. And one of it's last semester of undergrad, and then is the first semester of postgraduate.
I see. Okay.
So I'm basically in every stage.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. It's interesting that you say this. This is obviously 5th year undergrad.
Yeah.
So it's like the oldest students, the most independent students at our school. And so it's like really fun working with the students, you know, because you have like such big discussions about all kinds of things. Like you don't need to talk about the basics of space and architecture anymore. But then I'm always teaching in the fall semester, I'm always teaching 2nd year also. So 2nd year and then 5th year. And I think that's very interesting, you know, pairing to see the very young ones and then the final projects. Really
and how much they change, because they do, in fact.
Yes, they do. Right, Garrett? I remember you were my student in 2nd year, actually for the museum, right? Yes, I remember. Yes.
And then I believe Claude and Jose were also.
They were in my studio when we had 203, when we had
the concert hall,
Concert hall, the Performing Arts Center. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Geza.
I made it. I was I was in Sarah's room for whatever reason. I just went on the first link.
Oh, okay. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Yeah. Do you know Patricio?
Hello, Giza.
No, I don't think.
No, I don't think we have met before. No.
No.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
And then Alex just joined us. Hi, Alex. Good to see you.
Hello.
And Alex, I'm assuming you're in at home, meaning on the West Coast. And then Geza, you're probably on the East Coast.
Yeah.
At your current home. Yeah, we were just talking about time zones and everything.
Sun is setting across the lake.
Gosh, like enjoy those last moments.
Yeah.
Alex, you know that Geza is coming to Cal Poly next semester, right?
I didn't know, but.
Oh, you didn't know? Okay. So Geza and Rodolfo are both coming and teaching a topic studio in the fall. And so you will see each other because it's probably going to
be in person. right?
Sort of, yeah.
Doesn't LA have herd immunity already? Didn't I hear?
And tomorrow, I think, with
tomorrow.
Yeah, something like that, right? Like however you read the data, but yeah. No,
Look,
definitely.
there's who I was looking for, Jeff von Oyen. We work together.
You
Yeah.
work with Jeff. Oh, Jeff, are you here? Oh yeah. I
Hi,
can see
Kisa.
your name.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi, Jeff.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, Katrin.
Hi, Jeff. Do you want to reveal your face?
I will reveal my face. Yes, I'm just returning from a job site, so I'm a bit mobile at the moment, but I'm happy to do that. Yes, that's me.
There we go. Okay, hi, Jeff. So
Perfect.
Jeff, I just want to introduce you to the other jurors who are here. Patricio.
Hello.
Yes.
And
Hello, Jeff.
Alex, I think you know, right? You've met Alex, probably at past reviews. Alex teaches at Cal Poly as well. And so you've probably run into one another. Anyways, it's great to see you. And Jeff, you are, geographically speaking, you look like you're in California. You're like wearing sunglasses. There's like sunlight in your face.
Yeah, yeah, California, Rustic Canyon. So there you go.
Close to LA.
That's great. And I think we're just waiting for Cristobal, who is Patricio. You know Cristobal, right? From Chile.
Yes. We attend the same school, but Cristobal is quite younger, actually.
Yeah.
So we were not classmates at all. I don't think we were at the same time studying.
I see. Okay. Yes. And
Yeah,
now,
but we met later. Mhm.
We met later. Yes. Through
Yeah.
the architecture community, because in the end, like sooner or later, people just meet.
Exactly.
That's why I was asking you. I mean, because he's from Chile, he lives in LA. It's just like you probably know him just because. Like,
No, but we know each other, and
there he is.
yeah, I think curious. Yeah.
Hi, Cristobal.
I couldn't find my Zoom link, so I called Sarah.
Yeah.
She's the go-to person for all lost Zoomers.
Thanks for bearing.
Just like me.
Patricio.
Hello, hola Cristóbal.
¿Cómo va?
Nice seeing you. Good, not too bad.
Good to see you. I think we're complete now. That's fantastic. And Cristobal, yeah, I mean, you're in Los Angeles, right? Right now.
That's right, yeah.
Located in LA. Yeah, fantastic. But yeah, it's great. It's great that you're coming. I think you guys. This is our. We have two more reviews for my section, so this is kind of like a nice finale to have you all on here. And so maybe I'm just gonna introduce you at first to our students and of course to one another also. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the premise of the studio and about senior projects at Cal Poly. So first off, let's start with the person who is geographically closest to me. I don't know which direction you're driving, Jeff, but I think it's Cristobal. Yeah, let's start with distance. Okay, so Cristobal is probably 5 miles from me, I would think, 5 miles. Cristobal Amunategui, I don't know if I pronounced this properly. Can you say it, please?
Yeah, so the GUI, you go GI, so it's Amunategi.
Amunategui.
But that
Okay.
was flawless anyway, thank you.
Omit the, I didn't know where the stress was. Amunategui. Okay. So Cristobal Amunategui is an architect and researcher. He's professor at UCLA here in Los Angeles, and he's partner at Amunategui Valdez Architects, based in Santiago de Chile as well as in Los Angeles. And they produce absolutely beautiful work. And I actually have your book. I bought it.
I'm honored. Thank you.
It's right next to Alvar Aalto on my bookshelf.
Oh, that's a bit too much.
I don't know, there's something else in between. Yeah, no, let me see where it is, actually. I think it's Irish Mateusz. Anyways, so thank you for coming. Okay, I think the next nearest person is probably Jeffrey van Ooyen. Jeff is an architect and an educator located in Los Angeles or Santa Monica, and he is the principal at Jeffrey van Ooyen Design, also doing really beautiful buildings, and as well as faculty at USC. And he's right now sort of like in transit. You're the first juror joining us in transit, coming from a job site, as it should be as architect.
That's me. Keeping it real here.
Keeping it real. Okay, geographically next is Alex Peng. No introduction actually required to our students, but Alex Peng is faculty here at Cal Poly Pomona. And it's great to have Alex here because he, for many years, he taught senior projects. So he's like, I'm actually a little bit scared about what you have to say. But currently he's teaching topic studios as well as second. You're sort of always teaching second year. That's your favorite year, right? So, and many of our students went through Alex Peng and had sort of like, that was an important moment for them. So thank you, Alex, for coming. And then next geographically, I think, is Gesa, and very soon you're very close, I think. So Gesa Büttner is, she is currently faculty at Cornell, and so she's right now in Ithaca on the East Coast, and she is actually relocating to Los Angeles, where she lived for many years. She was an associate at Gary Partners for a decade, and so Gesa Büttner will be coming back to Los Angeles and then teaching with us here at Cal Poly Pomona in the fall and teaching a topic studio. And then finally, Patricio Martones Iche is located in Santiago de Chile. Is that right? And he is a writer and architect and also faculty at the Universidad Católica de Chile. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Just a few words about the studio. So this is the final review of senior projects here at Cal Poly Pomona Architecture in the undergraduate program. So it's a 5-year program. And we have a total of around 110 students that were divided into 6 sections. So this is, today you will see 2 of the sections, first mine, and then Andre Lucia's section afterwards. And each of the studios, these sections, had a specific kind of program that they focused on, as well as a specific geographic location. My studio, the program were cultural buildings or civic buildings, around 60 to 80,000 square feet. And the geographic location was the Toy District in downtown Los Angeles. It's a site in downtown, just south of Little Tokyo. And what's interesting about it is that it seems to have like several parallel lives. During the day, it's frequented by vendors, wholesale vendors in the Toy District, and it's like has this very like industrial, commercial feel to it. But then there's a very large homeless population also. And simultaneously, there are all these back alleys that cut through the blocks. They're called callejones, and they are populated by little markets. It's very densely populated and very, very lively and kind of beautiful. And very often it comes as a discovery. You turn the corner, suddenly you go into this back alley, and then there's hundreds of people buying like party supplies and tacos. It's really amazing. And what I find also interesting about the Toy District is the fact that that it seems rather small scale within its urban fabric. So the streets are rather narrow. It feels almost like a European city a little bit. There are sidewalks. Even though the existing buildings, they're still short, but it feels like it shouldn't go higher than 5 stories just because of the scale of the streets. And then you've got all of these back alleys that could really potentially turn into, you know, like other urban places. So we kind of like talked a lot about that urban morphology in a way. And kind of like we also took the premise that we're looking at the status quo of the district, but we're actually planning for something in the future. So the proposals that we have right now would not really work right now in the toy district because it's because of the program that's happening there right now. But we're anticipating that there will be development that is going to be much taller. And we kind of have an optimistic outlook that there will be better solutions for homelessness in Los Angeles. Some of the students addressed homelessness in their projects programmatically. You know, like we have many libraries that have programs for homeless people, but not everybody in that direct way. But everybody was concerned about public space within a building and this idea of introducing like a public living room, a free space where everybody can go without having to consume. That becomes kind of like a living room outside of the room, outside of the house. We started actually in the fall with a research semester where the students basically selected their particular plot within that site. They did zoning research and then they selected their program and wrote their own brief, their own program, and also kind of developed sort of like an architectural position, like a preliminary idea that was then started as a project in the spring, in this semester that you see right now. Yeah, and I also want to say that we are live streaming this review. So we have hundreds of YouTubers around the world. No, we have basically people can watch this review on YouTube. We didn't make it for public, but it's mainly like internal. So the students have shared it probably with their friends and family who are watching right now. Yeah, we have so once again we have two people from my section and then 2 people from Andre's section. We have about 30 minutes per student, and we would like to ask the students Claude Matthias and Luciana Odara Rade to keep it to 8 minutes so that we actually have enough time for our great jury to give you comments. And the way we do it is, I think you should have the concept board link already in the chat. You can click on the concept board. That will lead you to this particular section's concept board. Andre will have a different one, and then you are probably all familiar with concept board, but if not, on the left-hand side, there's a little tab. It's a little square with some lines in it. If you click on it, it reveals a list of names and you just click on Claude. Are you even in there? I don't see you, Claude. We didn't make a link. So anyways, forget about that. You can probably find Luciana in there. So you just kind of have to find Claude's name, and it's organized alphabetically, and you will probably see where all the little cursors are. Claude with a K, so you can find it somewhere. But we will actually have the presentation on Zoom. So we have a screen share on all the time, so you can just follow it on Zoom and just use the concept board to look at stuff if you want to. But Zoom will have the full presentation on it. So without further ado, I think Claude, do you have screen sharing capabilities?
Let's see.
And I also just want to acknowledge our co-host, Dakota. Dakota, thank you for hosting. That works. Okay, perfect. And Dakota, can you time the 8 minutes? And if Claude has reached 7 minutes, just kind of you just shout into the room and say 1 minute left.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Excellent. Great. So I think, Claude, we are ready to start. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Hi, my name is Claude, and this project is a performing arts center in the Toy District. Los Angeles is a leading cultural hub for the performing arts, And although performing arts centers carry the motion of bringing people together, their uses tend to be exclusive to direct participants. This project rethinks the program type's public intention by exploring activity beyond event occasion for the toy district. So this project takes a very restrictive stance on the bar building type. As a strategy for the toy district, the bar becomes a street itself, connecting Wall Street and San Pedro Street. But contrary to typical bars, this site did not provide like the luxury of a mass whose long faces would otherwise filter in ambient light to offset narrow circulation. And so considering this restriction, this project uses deep voids to funnel light into the infill building, creating residual spaces that become breaks to an otherwise monotonous 500-foot path. So additionally, the Performing Arts Center called for auditoriums simply too large to fit the 50-foot wide site, forcing the mass to bulge out and take over 2 neighboring lots, transforming the standard bar into a tentacle and spine scheme. Using the typology of the steel gable barn, the shell of the spine is a found object using a repeating wide span system to minimize column obstruction in the already narrow path. With CMU as the infill edge between neighboring lots, the site now becomes a flexible utilitarian space for program. So the program consists of an unfixed arts-based marketplace on the ground floor as a throughway to all 4 adjacent streets. Part of the 2nd floor and all the 3rd floor is a school for the culture performing arts. And also considering the toy district's majority POC population, the marketplace, school, and auditoriums hope to culturally synergize as a way of appreciating diversity through buying, eating, learning, and performing under one building. There are 2 ways to experience the building: one as a passageway through the spine, or through the crux between auditoriums here and here. The passageway being the long scenic route and the crux being a shortcut between blocks. The entries to the east and west in this first render consist of large glazed openings to make the activity within the spine transparent, despite what a narrow lot would imply. The north and south sides in the second render have the auditoriums and allow for plazas that in themselves serve as a break along sidewalk circulation. This project investigates extensions of space as a strategy to existing spatial restriction. The plazas become flexible spaces as activity and movement through the spine spill out onto them for further gathering, eating, and shopping. Through a series of sliding glazed doors, the spine is broken up into indoor and outdoor spaces, but have the flexibility to be continuous outdoor spaces. Though connected to the spine, the main auditorium here and the dance hall over here are formally and functionally independent. These stairs next to the auditoriums, plus the stairs in the center, take the public up to the 2nd floor into a public mezzanine for extra gathering spaces and a bar that serves them. Like the first, these vignette diagrams are show extensions of program through what is unfixed. The first one is the cafe versus vendor. The second one is indoor bar seating versus outdoor, and indoor versus outdoor dance in the 3rd vignette. So like the first floor, the bar's activity is not limited to its wall boundaries. The corridor now becomes a perforated surface with series of courtyards that break and shape the path. So although the 3rd floor is private to school users, the series of voids along the corridors give view to their activity from the lower floors. So within this floor itself, Movement along the spine allows for students to witness each other's work as they pass beside classrooms and outdoor rehearsal spaces. This axon cuts through the third floor and depicts the vertical sequences of the voids as we read a continuous corridor, with dense activity from the marketplace to the auditoriums to the school. The voids, a catalog takes a closer look at relationships of the voids as a connector to program and activity. The indoor and outdoor dance rooms, the foyer versus intermission, the music and drama rooms, and finally the public plaza as a mixing chamber. At the smaller scale, the views from the ground floor to the top floor is crucial as a way of both self-advertising and sharing a cultural performance art. As a cultural catalyst, performers and public alike are enabled to witness each other's activities through a series of layers in the long spine. This view from the dance room depicts its transparency with views to the outdoor rehearsal, the corridor beside it, and the floor below. The environmental strategy through this section consists of a porosity through voids for natural light, especially when a space's only access to outdoor is up. The series of glazed boundaries between voids and corridors allow for continuous ventilation with the flexibility for more when a sliding glazed boundary joins spaces together. Because this strategy was derived through the struggle for light, these voids as lit spaces in themselves becomes a centralizing anchor points for extended activity.
1 minute left.
This project is mainly constructed with steel and CMU, with standing seam and CMU being main finishes. The flexibility of standing seam allowed for the building clad in continuous material to read as a volume that could provide large glazed openings. The seam becomes the connector for activity between the void and the spine being of dense activity from the marketplace and school, and the voids becoming those spilling moments of relief or extended activity where the spine cannot. Although the narrowness of corridor spaces tends to restrict the number of programmatic possibilities, cases like this, they can create some of the most intimate and engaging. Lastly, so at night, the voids now become objects of light. At night, the building stays alive through the bar at the public mezzanine, but also the nature of performance art shows whose schedules can last to late night, as well as the night market that can radiate with activity denser than its day counterpart. So after show, one can go into the Spine's night market, check out the various wares, including ones similar to what the performers used, and hear students upstairs rehearsing for an upcoming show, possibly wanting to become one of them too. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude.
Claude, beautiful project. I'm really, I'm really taken, and beautifully put together. And I mean, we would have understood the project even without you talking about it, right? So you can totally rely on your capacity of tell space through drawings, through sort of the tools we have as architects to share what we imagine. I'm curious about the 3 different ways you led us into the building as a first question, maybe, and then I'll keep my other questions for later for others to jump in. So you have one side, right? I'm on your like sort of bird's eye rendering, like your 4th image.
Yes.
So you have the site that you're featuring also in the foreground, right, where you open up and you sort of balance out almost like, oh, it's 1/3 a plaza and 2/3 building. And so it's very sort of open and draws us in. And then there's the other entry, which is sort of mirror image on both sides, which is sort of the end of the arcade. And it's very much aligned with the street wall. And then the one that you don't really tell us much about is the one that I'm now most curious about, right? Which is the one facing the other street, where you get this very narrow triangular space. And so maybe you could talk about these three different decisions of letting us into the building?
Yeah, so basically well, to start off, the spine entries were more were more like the mundane, something to just like establish like what the entries start out as, but as they become like the tentacle entries, they become something like more exciting, but staying within the same system. Um, so so as we see in here, like the more mundane entrance is this big glazed opening with this very narrow path, but in this tentacle it becomes very wide and is all outdoor, becoming a plaza. And so um that is still similar to its counterpart, which is the one to the dance auditorium, which is what you were talking about, which is very narrow. This space is still inviting because there is another plaza that is encased inside this narrower entry to offset its already narrowness. Um, and people still have space to vendors still have some space in here um, to settle.
Well, okay, so I'll just keep going then. So I like the mundane versus I guess that relates to the sighting, and maybe that's where although I'm super happy this studio is about the toy district, like it's my backyard. So I love learning more about it. But maybe that's where your narrative was a little short. You just said it's Wall Street on one side, and I forgot the other street on the other side, and then the two. So maybe what would have helped is to introduce us with a little bit more narrative about the street facades you're inserting yourself, like maybe a little longer, lady, understanding for us a little bit more what kind of practice you take people out of to then make them themselves become performers in your building. Like what is the typical thing that happens on the one street versus the other street versus the other two streets that made you give this hierarchy to the entries?
So I actually viewed it like as a continuous fabric of just like commerce, of like commodity shopping. And so like with the ground floor, I wanted to seep that into the project. So in this way, if I'm to address the neighbors, it would just to continuous the already existing culture of movement through retail. Um, and I think that's the extent of me addressing the immediate site.
Claude, can I ask you something?
Sure.
So congrats, it's a wonderful project, and it's a very carefully kind of crafted project. I wonder about the my connection is a bit unstable, so you'll have to bear with me. But so the long arcade, right? Can you walk us very kind of, briefly as to how you cross from street to street? Because I see a few lines that are, I don't know if they are partition walls or kind of glass panes or something, but in other words, what I mean to say is, can you actually walk without interruption from one street to the other on the long arcade? Or will you have to go through filters that will kind of, turn the arcade into a series of rooms, as it were?
Okay, so you would like me to actually walk through it?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sure. So let's enter from Mall Street. This becomes like this immediate like exposure to just like this marketplace setting with seating and fixed something more fixed in stalls and something more unfixed as like vendor stalls like these. This becomes pretty like standard, like to establish this repetition. Something more mundane. This becomes a sliding glazed door that can stay open to make this continuous. From here, we entered this void that actually has a view all the way straight up, and this is all outdoor, and this becomes like an informal like a performance area for people to perform while they're passing through the spine. Past this is what I would call the like the public living room, which can be fully enclosed, and it's serviced with a reception here, to with storage that supplies some of the unfixed furnishing. From there, we entered this outdoor space that is connected to this void tentacle, which makes this a very like very well lit space, despite it having a roof on top. From there, we enter like a mirror image of where we began, with this system of stalls and seating, and we're at the other end.
Perfect. So my one comment is, besides congratulating you, of course, is to say that there might be, if you are going to kind of continue to reflect on, themes like the ones you're proposing here, I think there might be a missing opportunity in taking that entire length and turning it into a really kind of, rather than a compartmentalized series of spaces which are provided by a series of micro programs, so to speak, like from stairwells to elevators to bathrooms and so on. One could make the case that entire length could have been like a huge hall where your program maybe could have been turned into little kiosks that could have activated the entire thing. But by virtue of their being situated very kind of astutely, rather than attaching them onto the wall. So I'm just kind of providing another version of what that main hall could have been like, so that just to see if you went through that thought process, or you discarded it along the way because you thought this would work better, or I'm curious about that. So why I'm saying this, because I think the two main halls, or kind of performance rooms, are they sort of structure the entire thing just by virtue of their size, right? They're big things, and they call for kind of big groups of people coming in and out. The rest of the stuff is more ambiguous, which I love. I like the ambiguity of that. It's like any 19th century arcade anywhere in any kind of big city. And so I wonder what would have been like to actually produce a tension between those two massive rooms, and the rest of it just being, a kind of covered street full of little kind of programs that inject life in more kind of, let's say, ambiguous ways. Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I just wrote the same term, cover street, because I think this is I really liked and enjoy the urban quality of your project. Thank you, Claude. I think it's a very clever way to engage the whole block into a single program. I do think that the main decisions as for the scheme are quite clever for me, but I also agree that there is something quite interesting about that long space becoming like a cover street, like something which is very open. I remember about some buildings in Brazil, in fact, that had this thing as a 24-hour street, like a building that it's always open 24 hours, 7 days a week, which basically is the way that you go into every part of the building, the auditoriums, the market, all the stalls, the school on top of it. And I also think that the idea of having the school as the like hovering up on this cover street is also very clever as a way to engage the students in this urban space mostly. So I think it's quite clever. And my only comment as a sort of criticism, if I may do so, is that I think that these plazas in a way undermined the potential, the urban potential of this long space. because somehow I tend to see that more as a patio. I understand the idea of that you need to provide access from these streets, you know, to the system and to the auditoriums. But I wonder if maybe giving that openness and sort of likeness that the plazas have now to that space, and maybe transferring a little bit more of the program to the plazas.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That maybe that could that fine tuning could really enhance this urban quality of the project, which I think is the strongest feature of your proposal. Congratulations.
And thank you, Claude. My question is along the lines of everybody's comments, actually. Before Giza asked about, asked you to walk her, or asked you to walk her through the
Alex, we
project.
don't hear you very well. Is there a way that you can enhance it?
Let me try volume. Can you hear me now?
We hear you, but just not very well, but it's okay.
So, Claude, what is your preferred way for people to enter this building?
I would actually prefer like from the spine, because it's just so extremely long. Like it's like in like entering this spine is like an experience like of itself, because it's so long and it's just this long corridor of unfixed like market stalls, and then further and further beyond, like there's more and more, like with people passing through the crux. So there's like just people passing through in different like directions, and yeah. So in that way, I think that's my preferred way. Yeah.
I appreciate that answer. That even though you provided the flexibility and options of entering and exiting this building, you would prefer to choreograph the entry at either end of the spine and take people through a kind of sequence of your making. Right? You choose to elongate and arrange this experience, and then things happen along the way until you arrive at
walking between two buildings, but at the same time, obviously it's my building, because you know, like that's just my lot. But I think as one walks like through the higher floors, like through those corridors, it will feel like my actual building. But I think it's really like only on the ground floor where it starts to feel like both.
I wanted to talk, if I might, about figuration on the project. Just to the previous comment by Alexander, I think what's remarkable about the project is the degree to which it's an object, and its objecthood is revealed through these exposures to the street. And at times, the walls of the existing building figure those open courtyard spaces, and the building becomes, is it, per the previous discussion, is the building defined by that wall of the adjacent building and its relationship with your outside exterior cladding of the building, of the new building you've made, or that roof structure, or is that some other outdoor space separate from the building, and the building's its own figured space there? I think it's remarkable in terms of its ambiguity in that sense as a project, and I think that that experience of moving into something that's object-like and then becomes spatial and then moves back out into object is a very powerful experience. So I want to compliment you on that.
Yeah, I want to continue on all of these. I think what for me, what I'm grappling with, right? And I think there was a conceptual idea, right, of the street as a building. And then somehow you created these 2 vacant lots, which I think you decide where you put them, right? There's not right now these vacant lots existing on the site. At least I don't see them in the aerial image. So there's becomes this need to create like more space for your building. And that's where your concept becomes tricky, right? So is your project like a positive of the negative space of a city, but you're actually creating that negative first to then insert yourself? Like even this middle strip, there's half of it is taken by a 3-story building right now, right? So there's a certain element of carving the urban texture first to then come and put like your figuration, or however we want to call it, into it. And then you make this decision that for the 2 ones that go to the sides that you call the tentacles, you make them wider. There's a certain decision on width that maybe we should talk about, like what makes you respect the dimension in one direction, which is the arcade, versus gives you this freedom to do whatever you want in the other direction. And then on top of it, you add open space, right? And that's where, for me, it becomes muddy in the conceptual, but beautiful in the execution, right? And here we're in the world where, like, when do we leave the concept behind to just sort of work with what we feel is right? But so this decision to bring some open air into how you fill that void that you so carefully carved, versus filling the whole thing with your building and then letting all of us struggle with this question: is it a building or is it just a roof over an empty space? So is it just the space between 2 existing buildings versus its own? And I do find it not answered enough for me. Like, you haven't made enough of a choice. And I think it's a cop-out to give us on the 2 long sides the image of a house by by the gable to make it an object, versus in the other 2 directions, you give us an object by carving and plan. On these 2 sides, you give us an object as a figure that has nothing to do, right, with this neighborhood, at least right there. I mean, there's some playful postmodern arcades with pitched roofs further down on Sante Alley, but I have no idea where this language comes from. And I would wonder if there could have been the same approach on how you get in, or how you decide on modulating your figure for all 4 sides, or how much there's just this one idea of it being a house, or did you have other ideas you tried and this was the best one that worked?
Yeah, there are definitely like different iterations for what the roof could be. Like, I actually spent like several weeks just like trying out different ones. But I think I just went with this iteration because like I just liked how this ridge allowed for light to come in at the 2 different points. But also because like a typical steel barn, like with a gable, like a lot of times like what's in there doesn't fully touch the roof, like the rooms don't fully touch the roof. And so in that way, in pursuing this like this utilitarian a flexible space, that roof kind of just became what it was in pursuing that. Also, I just liked that once it became like a tentacle, I could use like the mirrored ridge slope to create this like up slope to create the shape of the auditoriums, which is more eminent of what like a performing arts center would look like, is something more grand towards the front facade.
And I do love, and that's, I mean, I love what you did there spatially, right? With the planes and how they come together. I really don't buy the arcade in a way, right? I wonder, could there have been a version, and especially, and you share with us the existing aerial, right? The building that was there was 2 stories taller to everything that was around it. You made the choice to insert yourself in height with the context. You could have lifted your whole thing 2 stories up in the air, created this open street under your building, and then used this upper thing to like carve volumes in and shape the light and do all these things. But you somehow decided for this roof, but then still maybe put too much program inside for us to fully appreciate it as we walk through.
Yeah, so that was like very intentional of me to keep it like low rise, because like I think in that way, like it just made the project more rigorous, like to find a solution to find a solution to make this extreme extreme bar building work without the luxury of having any facades open to um the long sides. Um, so I think like it actually might have been a cop out to make it much taller, because it would have been like easy to just have that like void um like in the upper floors. So I think I did sacrifice spatial quality, but I did try my best with the voids to bring it back.
I have to say that I do love the ambiguity of the voids. I love the fact that you have these conditions, and I don't need to repeat myself because I guess there's a transcript, but I do like the fact that I could enter this space and this is going to be some outdoor space. And then as I transition into here, I have this covered space, and then I move it, and that's part of another volume, which reads from out here when you approach the building as an object, when I see it from the street. But then as I move inside, it's basically just a covered marketplace that then transitions into that with a strange like threshold condition to the courtyard. And that gives way to these other, conditions like that. It's sort of one like rock, paper, scissors playing off each other, depending on the situation. And I love the situatedness of the project in that sense. I love the fact that it's designed in such a way that the moves aren't just a top-down approach, but rather they're able to respond to these very specific moments in the project in these very specific site conditions, which I think is quite elegant. And I really would like to commend you for that.
Thank you.
We have time for one last comment.
It's interesting how you justify the height of the arcade, as if you didn't want to give the city a really nice, tall, spatially generous arcade, because that was perhaps what too much. It's your project is already so, as you say, kind of disciplined or rigorous, right? And this is more of a personal comment, but I never found that interior height was, how could I put it, was interfering with my experience of interior space. I always loved to have more rather than less interior height. It's an enhancer, as it were, of your internal experience, and that would have perhaps give you the section could have become a more complex one somehow, right? And the other thing is that perhaps what I regard as a kind of perhaps the moment where ambiguity becomes less productive in my head is, yeah, I love this section, but you have an entire school upstairs, and so there could be perhaps it would have been interesting to have. This goes to my final comment, which is the moment ambiguity doesn't play out in a most productive way, in my head at least, is when gallery and auditoriums, they are all three of them relatively similar in terms of height and expression and all of that. I'm not saying that everything needs to look differently as if it was some sort of spectacle or other, but perhaps the you may even say the argument is a little bit POMO, as it were, but the idea of the arcade being tall and generous and long and kind of unobstructed, I still find it a lovely one, because there's something slightly technocratic about those three stories being just the same, right? And the arcade meeting the same height than the auditoriums and so forth. So it's really a minor comment, but I sort of sense a certain timidity relative to I don't know if timidity is the right expression, but yeah, I kept wondering why the height was the one you picked.
It doesn't have the confidence and the playfulness and the variety as the plan does, I think, to your point, Cristobal.
Yeah, and to this a question of, it wouldn't be a cop-out to bring people above the datum line of the toy district and give them the view over the flat roofs of LA. I mean, that's an amazing opportunity you have that you decided against, and we don't know really why, because you could have achieved the height of your arcade and added the program, right, by going higher. So, and there is a precedent on the site. And so
it's interesting comment. I think, Geza, earlier you said something about something is conceptually muddy, but beautiful in its execution, right? There's always sort of like this this question about conceptual clarity. I think the project remains clearer conceptually if it remains in its gap. This ambiguity comes once it pokes out. But if you poke out, then you kind of introduce many more qualities that you otherwise wouldn't have. But we're going to end this discussion here. Unfortunately, I think there's like so many more things that we could talk about. But first of all, congratulations, Claude, really wonderful project. And yeah, I think this is really interesting how rigorously you pursued your initial idea that you've had for a year now, that you were interested in corridors. I remember how in the fall semester you were really drawing all of these corridors and really thought about what kind of a space that could be. And then when you picked that side, everybody thought you were crazy.
And reckless.
We were always making fun of you the whole semester about that long side, the Claude side, basically. But you like you really embraced it, and you kind of like introduced like a kind of like a very specific typology of a building, not just a linear building, but a linear building that is actually a non-object, kind of like as Juris observed, it's a space. It exists as a space between the two existing buildings on the side. And the challenge was always light. And so I think we haven't even looked that much at your renderings, your interior renderings that show really how the light kind of filters through from above through those cutouts and those courtyards. So I think sectionally there is actually a lot of interest in your building, and in a smart way how the light is actually really filters through the entire building, and programmatically how this exchange can happen between the school and the public. So you had like all of these mixings, and then the tentacles came in and they produced something completely different. You've kind of like began to create your own new urban spaces within those carved out or leftover spaces in there. So it's a really interesting discussion. Is it a building or is it a space, basically? Really, really beautiful, beautifully executed, and really thinking about like new urban typologies, perhaps, or building typologies. So yeah, I wish we had more time to discuss this more. But congratulations again, and thanks for the comments from the jury.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
And we're now moving on to our final project, not the jury's final project. So don't get your happy hour drink out yet. But that's what we're going to do in our section, right? After Luciana's presentation, we'll celebrate. So our final presentation from our section will be Luciana's project. And yeah, Luciana, I think you can just go ahead and share your screen.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Luciana, and my project is a public library located in the heart of the Toy District. This project aims to explore the character of the neighborhood and provide important resources for the low-income communities that live and work in the Toy District. The neighborhood is characterized by a dense urban fabric, busy streets and pedestrian alleys, as well as lots of vendors and stores. And although it is culturally rich, the neighborhood lacks cultural public spaces and relies heavily on commerce. With that, a public building has the role of serving the residents as an extension of their home. And this public library will serve the neighborhood as a landmark, as a meeting spot, as an information hub, as a moment of pause in a busy day, and most importantly, as a public living room. So this project focuses on the new role of the library, not as a book storage, but as a space for the exchange of knowledge. It combines public and semi-private spaces, ranging from open stacks and co-working areas to private study rooms. And it also explores the typology of the book stacks to activate and generate spaces within the project, working as walls, benches, guardrails, and desks. So the massing of this project resulted from the extrusion of the site area and the subtractive operations that creates voids and passages throughout the building. The subtractive operations also reveal this transparency within this monolith, framing interior views. And so the site plan, the project opens up to this pedestrian alley and creates this connection with East 4th Street. This opening guides the users into and through the project, where the circulation will work as a continuation of the alley. So these renders outline this public right-of-way and the connection of the project with the alley. Here you can also see the facade treatment for the project, which consists of layers of metal mesh, glass, book stacks, and books, revealing this transparency on this ever-changing facade. So this ground level consists of a large open space with informal seating as well as a cafe. And on the east side of the building, there is a sunken auditorium that can host a series of events, from lectures to free movie screenings. The second level consists of an open outdoor seating area, open stacks, and a large co-working area. And the circulation of the project reflects the character of the alleys of the toy district and this sense of discovery. It guides the users through the spaces, composing a promenade and revealing a variety of spaces and views. The third level consists of more private areas with study rooms and smaller co-working spaces. And this is also where the circulation divides itself into two axes, and which leads to the fourth floor, where the mass is divided into these two volumes which connect through the central courtyard, and where the user can choose to go to more private areas on the right or a large public sitting area on the left. And so the end of the journey is given either on this fifth floor at this more private area, or on the fourth floor on this main reading area. So the sections of my project, they showcase a little bit more of this axiality of the circulation and the sectional qualities and transparencies within the project. It also highlights how the users can have different views of the spaces through the voids of the project. And so these building elevations, they showcase a little more of this axiality of, they show this semi-transparent metal mesh facade, which also emphasizes this heavy plinth through the massive materiality and this light superstructure that sits on top. This heavy ground level relates to the structure of the city, while this top level creates these new relationships. And the voids in the plan section also translate on the building facade. So these interior views show a little more of this layering and juxtaposing of daily events, where the library becomes its own city and works as one large organism, having the book stacks as generators of space and framework to activities. The project acts as this canvas of daily life, while the concrete structures work as a counterpart to this freedom of open spaces, and the bookshelves have these very important roles. Sometimes they're used to create rooms, such as in this sunken reading area in the upper left image. Sometimes the bookshelves frame spaces, such as these two bottom renders, and they act as this architectural element that takes on multiple functions. So this wall detail shows this relationship of the facade and the layering of the materials, the metal mesh, the glass, and the book stacks, and which also serve to filter light, especially on the south facade on East 4th Street. And so these renders emphasize how the building frames these interior views and reveals these layers within the spaces. The project creates this sense of community, not only through shared spaces, but also through these shared views, building a visual connection. So there's always the sense of connectivity throughout the project. Here, this detail area plan shows a little more of this casual seating in the ground level, and this layering diagram shows the facade treatment. And here's a view of the building from the alley. And so in conclusion, this project emphasizes the importance of the library as a node on the neighborhood. It brings users closer to each other through shared spaces and these visual connections within the project. Its book stacks are not stagnant parts of the library, but instead they're these generators of space. And the library becomes this universe in itself, housing multiple activities and framing the madness and the poetics of our daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
If I may, I'll jump in first. I'm very curious as to I would like to hear more about your own thought process, Luciana, in terms of how you produced, let's say, the exteriors of your project and the interiors. Because in the interiors, I find that there is so much going on, and the structure, for instance, acquires a very kind of guiding force in a way. It's always present, but never interfering really. And what it's doing in a way is like structuring both, you know, in physical terms, but also in a way it's structuring the activities around those interiors as well. It's sort of suggesting very kind of kindly how you're organizing space. Or unobtrusively rather than kindly. Whereas for the exterior, I think there are two sort of philosophies of design, so to speak. Inside is a very structuralist project. It's very much around how it will work and how those elements that will allow this system to work can be taken advantage of in, let us say, in an aesthetic way, so that they play an active role. Outside, you are like monastic and, you know, very atemporal. I'm not sure if this is a building of, you know, 1920s Germany or like, you know, Weimar Germany basically, or I don't know, maybe, you know, some Sisa-like Portuguese building of the 80s and 90s, or so it's quite atemporal, modern nonetheless, but also a little bit classical in ways that the interior perhaps, well, it is and it isn't. I don't know. I'll stop there. Just you know, I throw it out there just to hear your thoughts.
So for the treatment of the interior versus the exterior, I think I try to make this very introverted building, especially in the upper levels with the metal mesh, but that they have like this mystery where you can see some silhouettes and you can see the silhouettes of the books and the bookshelves, and you become curious to see what's inside. And then when it's inside, you know, it reveals this explosion of activities and tables and book stacks and spaces. So there's this contrast between the interior and the exterior.
But in a way, just to finish, but in a way, it is more design. The exterior is really like, you had to compose things, whereas in the interior, I think you had to distribute and organize things. That's what I was trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things I find very interesting as a kind of attitude toward design. Yeah, it's interesting that you split those two, as you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think overall in this project, my main focus was the user experience. So this journey, this promenade, And so on the exterior, it kind of guides these users in this alley, and it provokes this curiosity. And I kind of wanted to guide them inside. So as you can see on this ground level, you know, this staircase is physically guiding the user in the space. And so if they're curious, they can explore the rest.
Maybe I'll jump in. I mean, I can totally relate to the comment Cristobal made about sort of the different languages of interior and exterior. I also struggle on this project more than the last one with the amount of program you had to accommodate. And I mean, I understand that in part that's the brief, but it seems that 60 to 80,000 square feet for this library is too much, right? The scale of it, the height of it, the how it relates because of that to the neighborhood. But then I mainly would like to talk about your form finding in plan versus section versus volume, where when I see the plan, there's a care about curvature, especially the ground floor plan, right? About curvature and sort of integrating the street, which gets totally lost for me in section. I'm very surprised that sort of we go one level up and then it becomes sort of the extruded plot line that is sort of gives you the form. And so I was wondering whether, and I had sort of wished for, and then maybe you could have gone even taller, right? But for some sort of curvature that we also find in the volume, some extra heights we find in the section. So what was your process by like first developing this ground floor plan and then like when you had to bring it to section and volume?
I think accommodating all the program didn't really allow for lots of voids. So there's this main void in the ground level, which falls into this second level and the third level. And then there's this void on the exterior, which is this interior courtyard. And then on this other section, there's another double height space, which is highlighted in this render. And so these are the sectional qualities I was able to get with the space.
I think maybe that one of the questions I have is about orientation within the buildings or the experience of moving through the buildings. What do you anticipate are the main modes of orientation, visual orientation within the space? How does one know where they are? Are they oriented to that courtyard space, to the curved opening? How do you know where you are in this building?
Mainly what I tried to do was to shift this facade into the alley. So most of the views on this glass cut are to the alley as well as into the rest of the building. And it kind of creates this illusion where there's two masses and two buildings. So you can stand on this side and look out and then look into the same building, which kind of appears to be another building. But in orientation, it mostly faces the alley and opens to the alley and has this more introverted facade in East 4th Street.
Okay, so views to the exterior alley side are, you think, what gives one orientation within the project?
Right, so there's this kind of this bar that happens in East 4th Street, and these more spacious volumes occur in the alley facing facade.
Okay. I think maybe that there is something just to this sectional nature of the project is rather different from some of the planimetric aspects of the project. It's almost like two stories or two melodies moving against each other. And I think that has virtue at times. I'm wondering how you think the plan and section are being related in that sense, as we're talking about orientation and kind of wayfinding through the building. How do you think that's helping one to understand one's space in the building, the relationship between the section and the plan?
I think mainly through the circulation, there's kind of this unfolding of the stairs, and sectionally these stairs, they're around this big atrium, which is kind of like this main space.
That's the answer I thought you were going to give at the beginning when you talked a lot about the alley, but I thought you were going to talk about that central stair atrium as an organizing focus.
Yeah, so it kind of starts kind of this this loop around the building.
Okay.
And I was grappling with the partie of this building. Yeah, in one sense, I think of it as two objects in the space in between. And then I thought of it as an atrium building with a pretty classical way of arranging stairs around that atrium. But ultimately, I think, if Luciana can answer this, I think this is a very linear building, disguised with all the formal kind of manipulation. Ultimately, it's just a sequential, linear, processional building. And I like that it has two different ends. Towards the end, it splits. So there's ending A, and then alternate ending B. So yeah, that's my read of the project as a very linear building wrapped into itself like a pretzel.
I think it was quite interesting that you described, Luciana, the building as a journey, because it's very related to what Alexander just said about like this idea of a line where you move, right? And for me, the most interesting aspect of that journey, it's that it allowed you to create a very three-dimensional public space. And I also agree that it's not easy to see that in the floor plans for some reason, but the sections are quite telling. And I also wonder that it's an interesting clue about how that space, that central space, and that really the hall, right? This 3 stories height hall might have something to do also with what's going on underground. You know, there is a very interesting aspect about this project because it's quite compact, and at the same time you are walking a lot of distances inside because of this loop and this promenade. So I wonder, and I really appreciate the fact that you're creating in a very compact lot, quite a complex 3-dimensional public space. I think that for me, this is the most interesting part of the building. It's true that there is somehow some certain noise about the different qualities of the facades and the volume and what's going on inside. Let's think that it might be a nice surprise to see this very strict building, like compact and kind of it's light, but looks like very dense. And then you enter and you see all these tall spaces around the staircases and the hallways. It might be a very nice surprise. But still, I wonder, why are you doing this? I mean, I would like to hear more about it.
About the facade?
Yeah, about this kind of 2 languages, because what's going on inside, it's a lot about structure, about this double height, triple height spaces, about this openness. But on the outside, it looks like very massive, kind of compact, in spite of the mesh and the glass. I know that you did that, but It's an interesting proposal, you know, like is it meant to be like a surprise or?
Yeah, so my main inspiration was this character of the neighborhood and how it's very compact and dense, but then when you go into one of these alleyways, there's, you know, an explosion of vendors and people of all sorts and people selling stuff and people buying stuff. And so I kind of brought into my project where you don't really know what's happening inside, but you know there's something happening. And then when you enter, there's this surprise.
Mm-hmm. It looks very institutional from the outside, but inside it's much more informal, I think. And that's something I really appreciate, this idea of like bringing kind of the street life into the building. It's quite an accomplishment, yeah.
Yeah, I like what Patricio says in terms of the kind of built up density that you gain as you ascend throughout the building, through the building basically. It's really nice to have like I don't think it's an experience we have very often here in LA, to have like a building that in and of itself offers a certain density of spatial complexity, like in a vertical sense. I also appreciate, so yes, the building could be a police station. It could be, it could be many things looking from the outside. And I wonder if you could, all that celebratory character of the inside, or I don't know, quality of the inside, could be somehow shared with the public space out there by means of balconies or terraces, or how everyone is using, and I love them. I don't say it is in a kind of derogatory way. Everyone is using awnings these days, it adds color, it adds a sort of interstitial kind of or in between space between inside and outside. And so it being a public building, I think it would benefit maybe from a kind of more celebratory kind of attitude toward, I don't know, public life. It's been a while, so it's funny how we stick to the notion that facades have their own kind of politics, so to speak. And so a very austere facade will express serenity and like sobriety, and not sobriety, I always translate from the Spanish, that doesn't play well here. Like a certain kind of dryness that is typical of the institutional and the rigorous and the disciplined. I'm not sure that those attitudes towards facades, or sometimes people will say this is very transparent, and so it's good that we from the street we participate in the interior life of the building. It shows transparency in a kind of virtuous way, almost moralistic way. Banks were all transparent in the 50s and 60s, just to show that they could be, and so the other thing I wanted to comment on, and it's my final comment, is I appreciate very much the plan work. I don't particularly enjoy it. I don't think it's finalized, but I think it is a very bold move to begin to work with a plan, kind of admitting to the accidental nature of certain of the sort of events, activities that take place on the street, right? And so I as opposed to doing some sort of, I sort of celebrate the notion that you are using your plan as an instrument, as if it was like a musical instrument to make sounds. Well, the plan is a sort of architectural instrument to sort of instigate movements and accidents and encounters. And so all of those things I appreciate. I think you're not taking a very orthodox kind of attitude toward all of the different stories. They are all different, but in a way they achieve something which is quite kind of wholesome in some kind of way. There is a lot of variety. There's a lot of accidents, as I've been saying, but all of that comes to an end nicely because it's, it's like one big environment somehow. which qualifies, you know, the users landing onto the street. If you've been spending an afternoon reading on the second or third level, you know, you don't just come out onto the street through a little door. You know, there's already something going on there, which is like that irregularity of the plan. I find it very kind of interesting.
Thank you.
Great. We have time for perhaps a final comment.
I might say that the project has a strangeness in the plan. Just to continue with the plan discussion a little bit, the object nature of these elements, again, at some points reveal themselves as objects and revealing themselves to the street, and then at other times, or to the alley. Other times they look like they are, you know, part of a whole composition, and the sort of part to whole relationship between these pieces is strange to me. I think it's successful at times. I think that this, you know, the ways that this thing reads, or this little piece reads, they read separately, and then, you know, you bring the facade together, and then in this case you actually open it up volumetrically, and suddenly it becomes the container for something else. And I think there's a lot of richness in that struggle. It's not clear to me sometimes to what degree they're spatial or formal. They're a both and they alternate in their emphasis. But I think there's something there that could be worked with from a figural standpoint. I think that there could be increased work on how they reveal themselves to the public spaces outside, and how those spaces might open up to the exterior and actually frame spaces to the exterior that are useful or have programmatic intention. There's so much emphasis on the interior of the building and the interior programmed elements of the building. But I do think that there is an opportunity there as well for what some of those areas on the exterior of the building might hold. So.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Luciana.
Thank you.
Really beautiful project. You know, I think very complex. I think a lot of the discussion was about the space inside that you've created, about the urban situation, and about this like very dense three-dimensional urban space that kind of really nods to the context, relates to the alleys, and draws people in. I think there's a lot of different things to talk about. I like the discussion about the strangeness or awkwardness of the plan, the subtle curves, and perhaps the reading of an object, this irregularity that could create kind of some new conditions, and how this whole thing really came about. Whether this is really an assemblage of different objects, or whether this was a mass that we cut out from. Yeah, I think the plans are really beautiful. I think what's also, we haven't really talked that much about your bookshelves. I think they kind of like take a center stage in your project, that you're using the bookshelves as sort of like your facade essentially, and this sort of spatial, they're kind of like a motif that comes into play all the time. But what was mentioned was the structure, so that there's a sort of like a presence in the structure, and I really appreciate your kind of careful reading and integration of the structure. But perhaps like back to the facade, maybe I think, yeah, it's interesting I think there was definitely a deliberate restraint on your side to like hold back a little bit and then create a surprise once you enter the building. And to kind of have these moments where the building sort of opens up on its interiors, but is a little bit more closed on the exterior. But at the same time, your facade has a porosity that can be seen from the interior, because it's this metal mesh, and then it's these bookshelves that you see through. And it's something that you could see, I guess, during nighttime when the building is illuminated from within, and then suddenly kind of like that relationship turns around. but I thought it was a really interesting discussion and I think a really a beautiful and great project. So congratulations, Luciana.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to the jury. This is the next group is we ran over by a little bit. The next group is already waiting, but I just want to take a moment to thank the jury. Thank you, Geza and Jeff and Cristobal and Patricio and Alex. It was really nice to have you on our review. Thank you for all your comments.
Thank you, Katrin.
Thank you
for having us. Great work, everyone.
Thank you so much.
And we'll hand it over to Andre now. So goodbye, everybody. Thanks, Andre. Sorry we're late.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We have 2 more projects, and then this will be the end of a long 2 days. But thank you for making it all the way to the end with us. I'll go quite quickly through the just introduction to the site and the program. It's actually quite close to where Katrin's projects were. We're on 5th Street between San Pedro and Central, really the kind of heart of Skid Row, but a little bit the eastern edge of downtown. So it's more industrial, kind of 1-story buildings. I think I don't know if everybody from here knows the area, but so it has a kind of a, large homeless population in the area. So the program that the students worked out, we called like social services building, but that basically means they could do a library, a community center, or a rec center. Some students did a fire station, or they're kind of a combination of these. And then some had specific towards kind of homeless services within the building, were it housing or educational spaces and so on. There were 5 sites that the students could kind of choose from. They were basically the kind of empty parking lot sites, or one site had, I think, the 1-story kind of building, like a warehouse building on it. And the buildings are all the same size as kind of Katrin's, around the 60,000 square feet. And the sites they chose were all roughly 10,000 square feet, maybe a little bit bigger. So they really had to max out the FAR of 6 to 1 to kind of get to the 60,000 square foot building. Any questions? Okay. We can do a very quick introduction. I'm Andre Lucier. This is my 3rd year teaching at Cal Poly Pomona. It's the first time I'm teaching the senior projects. I used to work for a firm called Johnson Mark Lee for about 10 years, and I have my own practice. I went to school in Zurich at ETH. And maybe you guys can just kind of go through very quickly. We'll start with Patricio, and then Geza, and then Alex, and Cristobal, and Joffrey. Oh, it's a big jury.
Hello, Andre and Patricio. I'm an architect based in Santiago, Chile. I teach here at the Universidad Católica and also at Universidad Andrés Bello in Santiago. And I used to have my own practice for a while, and now I'm working for Smilan Radic in Santiago.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Andrew, you're doing us reverse order to Katrin. Go by furthest away. So yeah, I'm Geza Bittner-Diaz, joining from Ithaca at Cornell today. I'm a designer, or what you call architect in Germany, but here I can't call myself that because I'm not licensed, and educator. And I worked with Frank Gehry for 14 years before coming to Cornell, and will be back in LA this fall and start my own firm. And teach at Pomona.
I think I'm next. I'm Alex Payne. I've been teaching part-time at Cal Poly since the year 2000, hard to believe. And I've been teaching with Andre the past 3 years. And soon teach with Gesa and I think Rodolfo is also coming.
We can hardly hear you, Alex, or is it just me?
That seems to be a problem today. I don't know what's happening. So
Your headset has worn out.
just at the right time.
Just gotta yell.
I will. I will.
Okay, that's better. Thanks.
I think I'll go next, maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
So hi guys, I'm Cristobal Amunategui. I am an architect in Santiago. And in LA, I teach history and theory at UCLA. I have my own practice with my partner, Alejandro Valdez. Our practice is called Amunategui Valdez. And yeah, pleasure to be here.
Is that me?
That is you. Yes.
Okay, Jeffrey Von Oyen. I have a practice in Los Angeles, Jeffrey Von Oyen Design. I'm a professor teaching graduate thesis right now at USC School of Architecture. I'm the assistant director of the undergraduate program there. And it's my great pleasure to join y'all for the second round of jury discussion.
Great, thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And I'll start sharing my screen. And then we have two students, Rosalia and George, and Rosalia will go first, and you can start moderating, Rosalia, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rosalia Perez Romero, and my community center is what I wanted to work on for my thesis. So the center is meant as a site for social interactions. Through its open gathering spaces and central corridors, its purpose is to serve as a modern living room designed to provide functional and flexible spaces for all of the community members. It's located on Skid Row, and as we know, Skid Row is known for its population of homeless people. There's also a lot of lower income families, multi-family housings with families, obviously, and children. So the community center is designed to serve them as the users. And although there are also other churches and missions that cater to them, this community center offers the social services and also the need for human interaction. So this is what I'm offering the people: social interactions, a place where they have open spaces to come and gather and meet. So for the zoning, we have unlimited heights and setbacks. The massing concepts for the center revolve around the idea of a courtyard, a central corridor that goes around the courtyard, and outdoor spaces. So the central courtyard and corridor are meant as the main access point, and they all connect to the outdoor spaces. And this is meant so that people are able to use this as the main circulation. That way they have access from the bottom all the way to the top. They're able to walk through and get through the program to wherever they're going. The form axon shows, sorry. The form axon shows how the central courtyard and circulation goes all the way from top to the bottom of the building. In the structure axon, we're able to see the incorporated use of prefab and precast concrete. We're also able to see the two main cores, which house the restrooms, elevators, and shafts. This is a closer look to how the construction of the precast members works. And the program of the community center consists of 1 or 2 levels of underground parking. There's a cafe and community rooms at the ground level. The second and third floor are fitness and gym areas. The fourth floor is classrooms that could be workshops as well, or used by community members. Later up above, there's studio spaces, a library with more community spaces, and lastly, a children's area. Here at the parking, we see our parking. We also have a mechanical room and also an entrance to more automated parking if necessary. The ground plan, I intended to have it as an open space where people are able to walk from the street and feel invited to want to come inside. There's a cafe at the ground level. You will always see someone sitting down and you'll always be able to see through the building. And there's also community spaces and the kitchen. The kitchen is meant for community use for either events or organizations who might want to come and serve meals for homeless people. And this is another view of the ground floor and how it interacts with the street level. The second and third floors are the fitness and the gym area. There's a basketball court. There's also locker rooms with showers. The locker rooms are able to house stuff for people who come in. They want to come for the day. They can leave their stuff there and not have to worry about anybody taking it, or they just want to come use showers. They can come work out and they're able to walk around and look down into the courtyard while they're walking. And at the third floor, they're able to look down into the basketball court as they're walking, or if they want to move up, they can take the stairs or elevator. And this is a view from the inside of the gym. You're able to see a little bit up to the third level and across the courtyard. Always aware of what's going on. People like to feel like they're being seen and safe. Makes them feel like everything's going to be safe. And the fourth and the fifth floor plans are most classrooms and studio spaces. There's also staff and offices here in the back away from the activities. Here, these areas are designed as outdoor classrooms where you're able to either do a complete classroom or have an outdoor class, or just have the activities from these classrooms spill out into the outdoors. This is a view from the ballet studio. You can also, very important to have transparency all the time. So you're able to see from one class into the next, see what everyone else is doing. People walking by are always gonna be interested in looking at what everybody else is doing. The sixth floor and the seventh floor are the library and community center programs. They have community rooms, gallery areas where people who are in workshops or art classes can display their things. As they enter the inside of the first library floor, they have a check-in or they can take the stairs up. They can have time to read or use a computer, check out a book. And if they go up to the second library floor, there's a children's section and teen section. So this area would be more activated, and it also has an outdoor terrace area where teenagers who are in the teen zone can do outdoor activities. And this is a view of the first floor of the library. And you can see people going up, coming down with their children after reading or spending time. The last floor is the kids zone with the playground. There's also a sitting garden where parents can watch their kids as they play. This is the overall massing view of the center. The sections show a little bit more how the program stacks up on top of each other. Like you're able to see the double height space of the gym. You're able to see how through every level of the courtyard. And at the other one, you're also able to see the library and how you just go from one side to the other. The section cut through the courtyard is the main idea of my project. It's like the courtyard is the heart of the project. It's meant as the place where people will be walking and interacting, where you expect to see your friends, the people in your neighborhood, and what they're doing. Or if you're just here passing by or visiting, like you're able to walk in for coffee and listen to the basketball game that's going on. And you might be interested in, like I want to check out that game, or I want to go up above and like have a quiet place to read. As you're walking by, you're always going to see activity, and it'll allow you to become an active member of the community as well. These are the material diagrams that show how I tried to incorporate both heavy and light ideas, and how the heavy, which is the precast concrete, is the structure, which could be flexible and allow for the open plans, and how the material like the mesh and the glass allow for the transparency and the lightness and freedom for people to use and visualize the spaces as they're walking. Here we're also able to see how the materials interact with the environment, allowing for the most daylighting and visibility, and the circulation of the wind as it just passes through and allows for the building to always be cool. This is just showing how all of the components come together, how the mesh facade just sits on the outside of the building, and just all of the elements. For the elevations, you're able to envision someone standing and being able to see through all of the levels again, being able to see through the building, not just looking at the windows, but inside, what's going on inside past the facade. And on the Stanford Avenue elevation, you have a little bit of the view of downtown. This is a closer view at what's happening on the first floor and the second floor, looking towards downtown. So you're able to see what's going on in the cafe and the outdoor seating. And if you're walking by, you're also able to see and hear people exercising. So you might look up and you might like either continue walking or want to come inside. And this is just a view from the street, looking at the entire building. It shows how the building sits in the context, how I tried with the precast concrete to mimic the historic buildings and the type of architecture so that the building is able to blend in and it already feels like it belongs there. Lastly, I wanted to end with the users. These narratives are meant to highlight the people who will come here. It's not about the architecture, it's about how people will come in and use this building as they need, as they want, whether it's daily or weekly or in the morning, or if they're coming with their families. It's their building to use as they desire. And you can come and meet other people and just be a part of the community. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalia. I want to start just by appreciating how you care, right, about the story of your project and what your project can do for the community. And I think that was beautiful to listen to. I also want to acknowledge that you all have a hard time because this is a virtual semester, and I somehow wish you had the chance to play around with your prefabricated elements, because I think in part what we do as architects, right, is we find a modular system, we sort of learn to understand it, which you demonstrated, but then we want to find on how we could subvert it or make it do more for us, right? By still staying within the logic of the repetition and the cheapness of the, like everything that this material, the reasons you picked it for. But if there had been a way for you, right, to play more with your sort of structural elements and your plates and really do these different arrangement of how the floor plans could come together, I do think your project would have looked differently, right? It would have broken out a little bit more out of the constraints that we find when we build in Rhino and when we build sort of in a software that prescribes us a certain way of behaving. And yeah, so but thank you for sharing this, and I'll leave it there. I'll have more comments in a second.
Hello, Rosalia. Before starting with my comments, I would like you to tell us a little bit more about why are you using prefab?
I wanted to use prefab because it was in a faster way. It's a more sustainable way. It's probably gonna last longer than other buildings that were made of, like, I don't know, steel, but I think that it would last longer. It feels more connected to the community to have used concrete and the prefab than having to have used something that doesn't feel like it belongs there. I was also really interested in the way that all the components came together. Like I did a lot of case studies, and I really liked how simple and how it didn't have a lot of complicated things to do.
Because the project for me has a certain degree of nakedness, particularly from the outside, which I think it's quite interesting. And at some point, it looks like an object trouvé, like as you found it, as it was, and then you just occupied it as a whole structure. Yeah, you know. So I think that there is something to think about on how are you using the prefab and what are the opportunities that this system offers to the project. I think there's a very interesting area in this playground, you know, the double height space. I think it's probably is the most is the clearer space where you really broke the rule of the prefab somehow to create this which is something different. It's like a extraordinary room, you know, within this serial inexpensive structure. I wonder if this could incorporate a little bit more about the outer space. I really like the way that you are opening up to the corner in the ground level, trying to break out a little bit the border, the perimeter of the building, and welcoming people to get there, and you know, offering these views, as you said. And I think the project could use a little bit more of that strategy about breaking up the structure and like feeling the structure not really with all this program, which is quite dense. And I think you probably were struggling a lot trying to put all these rooms together. But particularly for a city like LA, having all these spaces are these structural spaces, a little bit more empty, filled with air, like open air spaces, terraces. I think that for me, it could be a really great opportunity to offer all these citizens opportunities to come together. You know, I'm a little bit concerned about the density of the project, and I think that maybe the prefab would allow you to go maybe a little bit taller, or in order to accommodate all this these areas you wanted to have. This is why I think I like very much the playground there. You know, at least like where you have this like public sort of quality to it, to the interior. I leave it there for now. Thank you, Rosalia.
One thing that the unfinished aspect of the project is something exciting about the precast, that you have the capacity to keep going or keep growing, the sort of tinker toy metabolist idea, because each of the floors is so repetitive, with the exception of how maybe you skip certain elements in section, like in the gymnasium or some of the other places. But did you anticipate that as a possibility for the project?
Yeah, we were asked to consider the future and what this building could be. So yeah, I thought about how in the future, if this was no longer a community center and it does need to grow or expand, the construction would allow for it to continue to go up.
I think the efficiency and the nature of the precast really allows for that, assuming it's sized up accordingly. And I think there's something useful about that. Do you have a sense for how it would actually be built in the sort of the construction process for this project?
From what I researched, most of the parts are precast and brought to the site, and all of the floors are the hollow cores. They'd also be transported and built at the site, like with cranes, and if that's your question.
Yeah, I think that it would just, for this project in particular, it would really be exciting for you to have a diagram or something just showing, you know, that process, and maybe for your portfolio, if you go, yeah. If you could kind of talk about like how the order of the stuff being brought onto the site or something like that, how it would stack, how this, I know you're showing the elements here, but it would be great to just have, this is for your own portfolio, I think. It'd be wonderful just to diagram that process, you know, how it's brought in off the truck, what's loaded, you know, what foundation work has to be done ahead of time, the site work, and then how these elements become assembled. I think that would be great. It would really give your project a lot of credence in terms of the value of the precast for this type of project, because it's a strong project in that sense.
I was happy that you said that you were anticipating a scenario where you wouldn't necessarily have the same kind of function for the building that, you know, you're designing the building for, which is essentially the homeless population. I mean, it's not unlikely that, you know, something will be done relatively soon, and that, you know, I think, you know, if you follow the news, I mean, there was something on the news yesterday that they held off the mandate for the city of LA to actually house everyone. Was it in Skid Row, actually? I think it was, for some time after next week. It was really, or the week after, I don't know, it was really imminent. So basically, if that Monday wouldn't have been held off by the judge, your building would have been literally out of use. You know what I mean? It's an interesting, I love the fact that you're thinking in temporal terms. In other words, you're thinking of a building whose structure can be used for any number of uses, which is quite paradoxical with the careful attention you've given to actually program your building and paint with colors every corner of your building and say, this is what I envision this little corner to be used for. why I say this, because I think one of the greater promises of your kind of prefab system is that you potentially could have a real free plan everywhere, and that you could just let for users to organize. And so every time you visit the building, say every 3 or 4 years, you would actually witness a very different series of layouts in the building because your structure allows for it, right? Which, you know, is also to say that I find that those two things are very much at tension in your building. I think that sort of clarity of your prefab structure is not enough taken advantage of, let's say, because then you very quickly jump to the point where you actually corral or outline where things happen and kind of wall them up with, you know, whether it is glass or some other, you know, partition wall. But you have this compulsion to, you know, create a grid wherein anything could happen, but then you jump too quickly to determine what will happen in that grid. You see what I'm trying to say? So I think, you know, that tension is very kind of interesting to identify because you can work with it in future projects. Yes, I join my fellow kind of jurors in that I also am very interested in the unfinished quality of your project, as if you were saying that this is not only unfinished, but, you know, there's a degree of indeterminacy. There's a degree of open-endedness to this building that could be, on the contrary, it's not a building to be ever completed or finalized. It's always a building in the making, right? Yeah, I like that very much. It's a building without facades. It's as if you kind of deliberately remove all the facades. And so we see aspects of the building we wouldn't conventionally see. Yeah, the work is vast. I commend you. I mean, this is, you know, it's you know, you've invested so much work and attention and care for this building that is, you know, it's really moving. Congrats for that.
Thank you.
The fact that you design a kit of parts in a system that's reconfigurable and that can evolve over time, I agree with all of that. And in addition, I think one of the best things you've done is locating the core where you have it, because ultimately that is the one piece that cannot be moved, however you reconfigure. And I think the position of it within their square footprint is very nice. That gives flexibility. So you can have larger and smaller spaces, you know, instead of just kind of casually locate the core in the center, which makes everything so much harder and everything so much the same. So having a biased core is a really good move in a very flexible system.
Yeah, like Alex said, you went there because I also wanted to talk about the core and maybe how it's right now represented in plan. I don't think that's how it would look like, especially if we imagine that this building can get taller and that this is your one lateral, right, earthquake protecting structure in your whole thing. So there's like, right, we have walls like this, right, which you show us in the renderings, but the plan doesn't have enough of that hierarchy. And I think that's maybe part of like where the project sort of is undecided, or why we sort of talk about this, like how much do you know that it's unfinished and that it really can be changed, because there's a lot of care in the floor plan, but then, I mean, right, we want to really understand what's fixed and what's movable. And right now all parts are kind of treated the same, except that you make the columns peach color. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the stair. I don't buy the stair at all. I think the stair is absolutely the missed opportunity of the project for me, for two reasons. One is, generally stairs are great for prefabrication, and then often they come like they have a whole like logic, and potentially you can think also of using them like with their like how does the railing integrate and all of that. And then with the idea that this building will get taller and taller and taller, like what's the role of the core versus the stair versus this being sort of this important space? And I think there's more there. And maybe this question of how do we orient ourselves in an ever-changing structure where we know the one thing that's the same, going to be the same as the elevator, or how I get up and down, could also, you could have some exuberance, like in one place, right? You could give this identity where you say the stairs different on every level. So I know I'm on level 8 because the stairs, right? Like if you want to color them, because it's not going to change. Or you say sometimes it's a bigger curve or a smaller curve because you're using standardized stair profiles that don't get specifically cast for your project, but you research what are standard like cast stair profiles and how could I combine them and also use them as a kit of parts. Then maybe they wouldn't stack the way you have it. Maybe they could even also be movable. So this building could even be reconfigured in its vertical sort of circulation, except for the elevator, which most people are going to take. And I mean, I want to recall back to what Patricio says early on about the basketball court. I also think I wish there would be more of double height spaces in your project and already go taller. I also question why it is just one story in the air, right? I could imagine there's a double height story on the ground floor and then there's a double height story like 3 stories up. Like what's this logic in section of when there's double height versus single height, and do they sort of balance themselves out as they go up the building? And lastly, as you start your narrative, you start us with these volumetric axonometries, right? And you get us on the wrong track with that, I think, because I'm kept trying to find where's the mass and the openings, but the way your building reads from the outside, it's all like columns and slabs, right? So I think there's a different way there of introducing us to your project than this. Beautiful, though, really nice.
I like that you brought those topics up, because when you, Rosalia, were articulating large sections of your kind of speech around the idea of this courtyard, I love guesses bringing up the notion of something kind of more unique, more peculiar, more strange, maybe, to kind of break with the monotony of the slabs and so forth. That courtyard, it's not really a courtyard, it's just too deep in terms of, somewhere, it begins to be a courtyard, perhaps once you're in the 4th story or the 5th, maybe, right? But deep down, of course, it rains and then you'll get wet, but, doesn't amount for much of a... So I wonder if you could kind of, for next projects anyway, but you could begin thinking in terms of more, how could I put it? Maybe if you were to expand that void, it would become an atrium or a courtyard or whatever, and then create a ring, an annular structure of program that then enjoys more this. It was such a typical move of the 70s and early 80s to create these so-called urban atriums, typical of corporate architecture, like the Ford Foundation, for instance, in Manhattan, where you could create an entire garden. Or else, I was, because of your comments, guys, last, I was thinking of the typical move of the kind of archigram generation, which would have been to include a crane in the middle of the courtyard so that you would very rhetorically communicate or convey the idea that this was a building in perpetual state of construction, right? And change and kind of alteration. So those moves, I think, would I'm not saying to kind of bring in a crane, but something that kind of takes an advantage of your construction system, that acknowledges the fact that this is a highly unstable program that can shift, every week around, maybe. Those things may find an architectural form or an architectural structure that is perhaps more potent and is not so consumed by slabs and slabs and slabs and columns and columns and columns and so forth. And yeah, again, the stairwell often gives you such a great chance to, produce form and produce movement and produce all of these things. So, yeah.
I wonder too that if there may be some variables within the kit of parts lot of the same elements in the kit of parts. And if you had a few other elements that produced different spatial situations, I think that you might be able to create moments in the building that would open up and reveal themselves as useful in different ways. And I think that the idea of even the surface treatment of some of these elements, you've got a certain color scheme that you've given to this. Even the materiality, the color, are they all of the same consistency of the precast? Are some of them shiny and highly finished, or some of them matte and somewhat raw, something like that? I think you have real opportunities to play with the material of those elements also, and the appearance of those elements. And then maybe you get back to something closer to the children's toy, something where you have these different elements and you have these different pieces and colors and textures, and maybe through a very regular grid that then has the opportunity to plug variables within it, you could create particular moments within the building that begin to differentiate, and maybe start to answer some of the questions about, I think Gesa had a comment about what's fixed and what's not, and what elements are part of the core building, and like the kind of core and shell versus, what are removable. And as you think about the future of the building too, that might also give you some clues about which types of spaces you're really committed to. You've committed to the double height gym, and you've committed to the courtyard atrium. Are there other commitments you'd be willing to make that might more closely align possible programs with the spaces that are there?
Thank you so much. I think we'll have to move on to the next project. Thank you, Rosalia. I mean, it's always nice to see the project that gives so much, feel like inspires other architects to, continue that thread of kind of your story and all the stuff you do. And I appreciate, like, you also tried lots of stairs, right? And still like the kind of question about like, hey, what is the stair, right? And it's such kind of a building that's broken down into the elements, of slab, column, and beams. And then the stair is like the king discipline of the kind of elements almost, right? It's like where you can do the most, right? And it's also the most difficult. So, but maybe the most fun, and it's something like that could be really something to explore more. I like Gesa's comments about, stair could be different on every level or something like that, or even a completely different system. But thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Rosalia.
Thank you for everything you guys said. I really appreciate it and take everything into consideration for the future.
All right, then we'll have George Garcia. George, if you're ready, you can start moderating.
Well, thank you all for being here. And my name is George Garcia. And this is my project. I named it Coterie, which is simply defined as a group of people who are very separate but share a unifying interest, which when starting this project, that's one of the first things I thought about, because the residents of Skid Row and the homeless live in what may seem like two different worlds, but in the end, they share this community together. And I feel like there's always room for improvement. So, well, obviously, I'm gonna go here. So because of limitations of my site, as well as other requirements associated with the program I chose in the beginning, I decided that a rotation of the grid on the inside of what essentially is a square maximize the space inside and would create some intricacy. After design iterations, I realized that the plans began to resemble tiles, which further encouraged me to explore the implications of the 45-degree rotation. And moving on to this kind of program diagram and the structural diagram, you can see sort of like the inverted waffle slabs that I have, which initially began as what was the original facade, which was a heavy sort of facade that was concrete with sort of like I would say curved edges. And when the curves essentially extruded through the project, it created these vaults on the inside of the waffle slab. But as the design moved on further and further, I ended up, since this was a public building, I ended up sort of getting rid of the dense facade, kept the dense interior, and created a light envelope over it to kind of provide some transparency into the project. Moving forward, you can see the sort of how the program is set up somewhat in the project, which includes the completely open ground floor, which houses the multi-use court, some supporting spaces for it. As you move higher to the second and third floor, you can see the changing rooms and swimming pool level. You go even higher, and there's an open air elevated plaza, and on that level is also the lobby, which is, in essence, communicates the two programs, which is the community center above and the rec center below. And as you get higher, you have the courtyard in the heart of my project, which provides light and ventilation. And then the multi-use spaces, the communal kitchen, computer lab, and other essential areas of the community center. As Anji mentioned in the beginning, my project is in Skid Row. It is on the edge of Gladys and 5th. And here we look at the ground floor plan, which, as I mentioned, it's open and includes a series of walls and sunken platforms that sink the deeper you get into the court, which serve as like a threshold to provide a differentiation between the court and the street level. And also, if you look here, you can see how the elevation, sort of like an arena in these areas, lets the user kind of choose how close they want to be to the action, whether you want to be on the street level, on this kind of surrounding platform, or on the court itself. On this level, you get these two floors are mainly these are the pool floors, the swimming pool levels, which when I began moving the swimming pool higher in the program, I realized there was a lot of mechanical I needed to fit in directly next to the pool, and as well as the actual depth of the pool that I needed to consider, which led me to create these two sort of tiles, which provide the initial progression through my project, which is one of the main drivers in the pool level. And as you see in this diagram, you would essentially begin in this double height atrium space, which serves as to provide a sort of like a preview of what you're going to experience on the pool level. So this area is completely dry. This is where you would arrive, or let's say you're leaving the pool, this is where all the family members would meet up after going their separate ways into two sides of changing room, which house the lockers, the showers, the changing rooms, both private and both open air and kind of stalls. And then also this stairway, which then leads you into the main pool level floor, which by moving all these support spaces for the pool below, it enabled me to have a pretty open pool level where it's just dedicated to the pool, swimming, the integrated seating, and the lounge spaces for the users, as well as obviously the open to below space, which connects the two. In this view, you get a good sense of the skylight as well that is above the pool level, which connects directly to the courtyard and serves to bring light into the pool level, as well as the openness of the pool level, and yeah, the vaults therein. Moving on, we get to the third level, which is the open plaza and lobby. This is in general just to provide an elevated space for the residents of this community who don't really have open spaces to kind of congregate and spend time together. And here you also get a good view into the skylight, as well as the enclosed lobby, which houses some employee spaces and organization spaces that relate to both the rec and community center. Here you get a preview into the 4 double height spaces that connect similar programs in my project, as well as the 4th level of my project, which is where the community center starts. And this level is all classrooms, and it's for development, where users can really choose to learn about a variety of topics, anything they would care to learn about, whether it's how to do taxes, or maybe just ceramics, if they want to take an introductory class to ceramics or something. You also see the outdoor courtyard in the 1st level, which is exterior and serves as a part of the interior courtyard that provides ventilation and light. These are the last 2 levels of my project, which house support spaces for the community, such as a computer lab, open seating, communal kitchen, study spaces, as well as another courtyard, which gets bigger as you get higher. And here you can see a variety of adaptable spaces, which I consider multi-use spaces, whether it's an auditorium or these more enclosed rooms that are both able to be divided depending on the needs of the community. Here's another view as to the courtyard of the project that leads through the center, as well as the exterior kind of, how would you say, circulation in the courtyard, which communicates some floors of the community center program. In the sections, you get a view into the courtyard, how it brings light down into the skylight, which then communicates the pool level, as well as ventilation to the open plaza level. You can see the double height spaces that are scattered throughout the project. And in the right side, you can see the how lowering the changing rooms and all the support spaces essentially below 1 level into what is the base of the pool enable the pool level to become open and more usable as a space, as well as the lowering of the rec center court, the multi-use court. In order to bring the vaults into the outside of the project, I ended up developing these caps which simulate what you're seeing on the inside and sort of protrude the structural system outwards, as well as hiding some parts of this project, such as the screens that come down, mechanisms for the glass system, among other things. Here's a closer view into into essentially the materials of the project, which include the tiles that are developed from the floor plans and are housed in the pool, to the ribbed concrete core, which runs up and down the project, and the series of vaulted waffle slabs that the slabs and the waffle lines themselves mirror the program below and are pretty individual to each floor. Thank you.
It's a really beautiful, thoughtful project in so many ways. I appreciate the tectonic aspects of it, the construction aspects of it. There's this strangeness even in the facade. It reminds me a little bit of the facade of the Broad Museum in downtown, with that little bit of appendage stuck on the curtain wall, where it makes it appear as though, you know, the exterior's sucking in or something. In this case, maybe more traditional, just showing the sectional condition of that ceiling. But I do like the registration of the beams striking the exterior like that. I think that's quite strong as an ornamental technique. And I wondered if you could tell us a little bit more of what's going on at the ground level of the building. Would you be so kind as to go back to the plan of the ground level?
Yes, no problem. The ground floor, essentially, previewing the area, I knew I wanted to provide a variety of open air spaces because this community is severely lacking in those. And those are those are the main spaces that people inhabit in this area, both
Right.
the non-wanted residents of the community, which are the homeless, and the residents of the community as well. So in a sense, this open air kind of ground floor is to simulate sort of a park in a way. I don't know if I'm using the right words, but just you can come here and you can maybe use the multi-use court or whatever it's being used for that day, or maybe these tabletop tables, or just hang out with people here, you know, or of course also in the elevated plaza, which is on the lobby floor.
But there's a really big emphasis on bringing folks into the building and bringing the community into the building. Was a little strange to me that, you know, the main entrance, you have this plaza area. I don't know if can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious about how it opens up, because it actually seems, you know, rather sealed up, sort of an interior layering of, you know, to get actually to that court space and the circulation space around that. What does one see from the exterior? Is it all open? Are those just low walls there? What are we actually seeing when we're at the ground level?
Do you mean the cores or these?
So the cores are solid. Yeah. What are those walls? Those, yeah.
Here, let me scroll down to the last.
Well, I think you just had it, didn't you? You just.
Yeah. So these are a series of low walls that you can walk up to as it gets lower, due to the elevation change.
Right.
So if you're coming to the court or to hang out here, you would stay there. But if not, you would go up the main staircase or elevator to use any of the other program that you would want in the building.
Got it. Okay, so there's a permeability, there's visual permeability, but there's also that sort of the sectional difference that's created as you move down into the court, separating. So there's like a semi-public aspect to it, in the sense that you have this guardrail wall running around. Yeah. I mean, it really reminds me of a lot of public buildings from the 60s and 70s that use this type of technique. And
yeah, sorry. Like I said, it was just to create like a threshold, like a distinction between the levels, depending on what you wanted to do there. So like the main one was separating it from of course, the traffic of the people walking through, right?
Right.
And the second one is if you're using the tabletops or perhaps watching the court game. And then if you're playing in the court, or just like spectating in the court, maybe your brother's playing there or something, you would be on the actual court itself during this.
Yeah, I think the one limiting aspect of this is that you don't have other programs on that ground level, though, do you? Other than the cores themselves?
No, besides the court, I left the ground floor mainly to this. Here, I left it to this kind of seating and bicycle parking area here, and
right.
The circulation to getting around to the second entrance, to getting to the secondary streets, and the garage, I guess, the entrance to the underground garage.
Yeah, I just think that one of the limitations of this type of design, again, which was prevalent, and you see this in a lot of brutalist projects, I think that the question is, do you have enough interior of the building sort of charging that public space as well? I think it could seem very isolating down there where there's really no one participating from within the building to those spaces. You're really left on your own. You're very isolated from the rest of the program in the building. And I just wonder, there's always been issues of security and things like that, but I think there's also a matter of public life. What happens at night? What happened, in the evening? Is there, how does that work? It's just sort of anyone coming off of the street to use that, but what about the relationship with the people who are in the building itself and are wanting to participate in that? You're actually sort of separated by the floors. You don't have any visual access to what's going on down there. You have to physically move down there to participate, as opposed to visual access.
Yes.
I would just bring that up as a consideration.
It reminds me a little bit of Lina Bobardi's Museum of Art of Sao Paulo, where there's no reception, so to say. Like there's no one there's no desk and human saying welcome,
Yeah.
Person. but so I thought it was part of, it was kind of a provocation on your end, George. I don't, so in other words, you seem to be making the point that this building is some kind of piece of infrastructure that offers itself as an autonomous kind of, again, piece that, you know, just by virtue of its constantly being used, can take care of itself somehow. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that's one aspect. I hope you say a word about that, because I think it's an interesting idea to kind of mobilize. The second thing is, well, of course, it's a beautiful project. It reminds me, as Jeffrey was saying, of, you know, certain of the projects of the 70s, which is, you know, that kind of late modernism that, you know, is a hybrid between a kind of exposure of so much structure, kind of, what do you call that, bravado or something. But here you've toned it down to the point that it's really like a refined kind of piece of aesthetics that you're putting forth. But your will to order, I'm very interested in your will to order, to the point that you kind of transfer the plans of your building into the tiles of some of your floors. So it's really like an attempt to produce an absolute building, a building that is incredibly kind of, let us say, totalizing. It begins and ends with itself, right? The sort of, yeah, it's and, you know, it goes to sort of prove the point of, you know, it not having a kind of foyer or reception. It's really like the whole narrative begins and ends with the building, not with its relationship with anything else. So I'm fascinated and also terrified at that kind of will to order, because of course, you know, the more you plan things out, the more they can fail in a way, right? And so, but you know, now I also wanted to say something which is like it's a twofold comment. On one hand, I think the program makes quite a lot of sense. If this is a narrative, I completely buy it, as they say. I mean, I you know, I think there's nothing strange about it. I see this building working quite nicely. And it's not, the second part of that comment is, it is not really a very simple thing to do, to work with geometry almost religiously, as I think you've done, but at the same time make it work, because always there is some kind of awful hidden corner that is not quite working, just for the sake of you preserving the order of forms, right? Whereas here, I think you've achieved something quite spectacular, which is to make, you know, that obsessive kind of use of form work quite nicely. It's a very kind of mature project, let's say. I don't know how else to qualify it. I'm very impressed. It's a great project.
Yeah, I don't know if you specifically wanted me to talk about your questions, because I remember you said you wanted me to talk about it.
If you want, because Jeffrey's point, I think, is an important one. I mean, for a project that was so carefully studied and rehearsed and kind of materialized, it's not very satisfying to just say, well, you just walk up these stairs to this building. I mean, I thought there was something else going on there, for you to leave the ground floor, kind of defend itself, and just, you know, and just have a tiny little door for people to kind of, you know, cross. And it's not even a door, it's a threshold, it's an opening to take the stairs up and just do it like that, right? And yeah, the order thing, I'm just curious, you can't say a word, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
really, but.
No. So I guess the main point is, the more I try to organize a clear path for them to take and use this project, right? I totally understand what you're saying, where too much organization will cause problems, because what if people don't use it in the way that's intended? But in essence, in a way, like, based on the aesthetic of why I chose concrete and also its durability, this is essentially a freestanding monument so that people can just use it, right? So you go to a park and you use the park, and you don't need someone to tell you how to use the park necessarily. So I give them the open floor and they can use it. I completely understand what you're saying about security. There again, like the homeless population in this area, but and then you go up and you want to use the pool, and you get off on the atrium floor, and it's perfectly, like, no, I'm sorry, not perfectly. Of course, it's not perfect, but but it's laid out to you that this is the locker where you put your stuff. These are the showers, and then this is the stair where you might take it up to the pool. You know, so I did, in a way, it might be naive of me, but I did in a way try to make this kind of as running itself as possible. If that is like that was a good observation.
Absolutely. I you know, my concern wasn't really security. I wanted for you to kind of incorporate that as part of your argument. That's all, because, you know, and kind of declare, well, this is, you know, something I just put in there, and, you know, as you say, it's a monument to its own kind of life and so on. It's, you know, the building works, in my head, it works perfectly well. I think it's, you know, it's a fascinating building.
I'm going to play the tough love critic here. I don't buy the building the way it is. I think the intentions are all there, but for me, I really question several things. So if it is about this sort of unscripted entry, and I like that Cristobal brought up the mask from Lina Bobardi, then give us the scale, right? I mean, Lina Bobardi's museum is like 3 stories up in the air, and there's a plaza under it, and it frames a view of like half the city and an important axis. So it's not like, or compress it even more, give us like Le Corbusier and make it clear that this is sort of like a really sort of special way of coming, but then you have to find the door, right? So I think there's not enough drama here for me. The same for the facade. If you take sort of your brutalist companions of the 70s in LA, you'll see that none of them has full glass facades, right? Each of those projects made an effort to figure out sunshade, right? This is LA, not every facade should be the same. Your Western facade is gonna bake. This is like an air conditioning, like heaven, right? And this is not sustainable as a project. Like half the building could be open, and you give us glimpses of that. And how beautiful is this moment where you cut out that triangular space, right? And where we get the shadow of the light. So what of these programs really need to have a glass facade? And how much could you also just give us a concrete enclosure? And you did this beautiful section detail diagram, which demonstrates that we could insert any kind of enclosure into this gap, and you only give us glass. And so maybe like, so it's not cited, right? You don't acknowledge north, south, east, west. You don't give us necessarily even the views out of the spaces. I mean, we get one of them, and that sort of gives sort of the importance of mullions. This curtain wall, right? Like mullions, and they're so ugly most of the time. So just, I mean, you have the opportunity here to like craft views, like this difficult decision, which gets Caesar and Soto de Mora to discuss. Is it better to have like a long like landscape window, or should we have like small framed views of the landscape, right? So be even more of the planner, right? Be even more in control, I would say.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, this is an area that's ever changing. Like we know, like right now, it may not be in the best of shape, but who knows what happens in the future.
But the sun is not going to change. The sun is always going to rise in the east and set in the west. It's like it's inserting itself into like an ecology, into an environment. The mountains are going to always be where the sun rises, right, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think my only attempt to address that was in the sun shading system, but that, I agree that may not be enough, especially in the hot California sun we have here in Los Angeles.
And then lastly, I mean, another project, and I mean, in part, you get this tough love, right? Because it's an accomplished project. And so I can like jump in and crit you on this stuff.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I also was reminded of a project in Sao Paulo, the recent CES 24 de Mayo by Paulo Mendes da Rocha. He puts the swimming pool on the roof. I think your swimming pool belongs on the roof. I don't buy this sort of atrium. Your building isn't deep enough to really need an atrium. You get light from the side. So you could like sort of figure out a way how you get more of the public sort of to have to go up. And then like look at that project, because he brings water on several levels. So there's like these strange spaces that we don't know how to interpret socially, what kind of behavior we're supposed to have there. So yeah, I'll leave it there. It's a great project, right? But I think you deserve the criticism because it will get you further.
Yeah, I'm glad that my colleagues have brought the Brazilian examples because it's so the program is so similar to the CESCI, right? And I think it would be very interesting for you to study those references. And also I was quite intrigued because the previous project was very unfinished, and this is too finished for me. In a good way, because it's quite accomplished. It's a great accomplishment. I congratulate you on that. And it's quite interesting that both projects are very different, but they share the same sort of, they are addressing a very critical issue in the way that public space must be treated in a way when you need to invite people to go upstairs. It's so difficult, you know? Yeah. So yes, I think we have a problem in the entry because this is a public building and it's a community service, and the description you gave us on the program and the brief and what you are doing with the building, I think it was quite compelling. But then how are you inviting all these different people, different communities to go upstairs? Because at this point, it's a fine building. And I think we all agree on that. But it would need something more generous in a way to make people go upstairs. Because now it looks like you need a key. It's like a private club. Yeah. And it could be a really great one, I think. Yeah. You know, but it looks like there is something open for everyone downstairs in this sunken basketball court or sorts. And then you have a key, and then you go upstairs, and then you find heaven in a way, you know. And I think it could. There are many ways to deal with that and make people go upstairs, right? Mm-hmm. I totally agree on the comment also on the glass facade. But I also going to go back to something that Cristobal said in the previous session about all these sort of informal ways to deal with the weather, that it's fantastic in a way, in LA. Thinking about awnings and curtains and flags and all these textiles that are incredible, you know, in a way to provide color, provide sunshade and so, and maybe that could be really interesting to see what happens with some facade here could incorporate that, because you can do that. And my final comment, I think, it's that I love the way that you did with the layout and this geometry that looked very stiff for me at the beginning, but it's wonderful. I mean, you're making every room here a corner, which is fantastic for open plan building. Everyone wants the corner, and everything here is a corner. So I think it's terrifying. It's incredible. It's fantastic. I love it. Congratulations.
I like the description you gave about how this building is just like a park. It's infrastructural, it's just another piece of the urban infrastructure, and it's very accessible. But ultimately, you have two buildings, and you have to be able to enter both, and that's where you're caught. What goes on top, what goes on the bottom, what touches the street, and so on. But I thought another word that you used, I found strange, was monument. I think you may have veered towards the monument more so than infrastructure. So including the glazing decision, including the symmetry, including the monumentality. So I think programmatically it suffers a little because I think the monument took over, overpowered infrastructure.
Okay. Any closing thoughts? Alex has also a sun shading problem.
West facing glazed facade, single glazed.
I thought the project was beautiful in so many ways, and I just would add that your grid that you created was exciting with the structural pattern, and I think that you use it mostly with this sort of rotated rectangle in the middle of the plan that defines the atrium and the cores. But I think that you also have more opportunity to use that grid to break down some of the other spaces to create other types of opening. I think to also enrich some of the vertical openings you have. You have a beautiful diagram of all of your different floor plates with the various openings. It's quite nice, where they're all stacked up.
Oh, sorry.
It's the sort of there on the left. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and I think that they're fairly large moves in the middle of the plate, and I think that you could continue to play with that, and even especially when you get down to the first floor above the ground level, where you can play with different openings and maybe even view sheds between the plates that aren't limited to the atrium. I think that would give you some possibility to create that vertical park experience that you're looking for, and to foreshadow the experience of what you might have above with what's below. I think Patricio's comment is well taken about the club and the key. And I think a lot of clubs, a lot of private buildings are designed that way, in the sense that they really want to differentiate public from private, and they really don't want you to know what's going on in there. You know, you have to sort of be in the know and go to that thing. But I think for a public building, it's important to acknowledge the street and create direct and welcoming contact and continuity between the amenities above and the public below.
I was just going to say a little bit along those lines that there was a lot of kind of controversy in the 70s, because suddenly the entire kind of language that was embodied by modernism was hijacked by corporate architecture, right? And so modernism had lost its sort of social kind of, let us say, agency, or, you know, the implications of modernism as a material thing in the world were kind of hijacked by, you know, capitalism and all of that.
Yeah.
There is something interesting about your project that kind of uses both languages in a way. Certain of the views you're showing us, perhaps not that one, but there is one corner of your building, an interior. That view, for instance, is typically, or you know, an interior that where you show so much glass. That one. So I think the glass thing, the conversation is not just environmental. I think it's also kind of, you know, at the level of rhetoric. So what is it that you are saying with a building like this, that you kind of you know, if you appeal to the sort of late modern, so-called brutalist aesthetics, I mean, there are things to discuss about that. One of them is, again, like the issue of you know, this could be like the waiting room in a kind of expensive private hospital, for instance, somewhere downtown Manhattan or something. It could also, the other thing is, I wonder where we are in, you know, regards to concrete as a kind of technology. There was just recently, last week, a big conference at Columbia that followed one made at Princeton, which were, you know, where people were actually debating, you know, concrete technologies, and, you know, is concrete really the path forward in the current kind of climatic environment we live in, or maybe it is time to begin thinking of alternatives? I'm not a specialist. We've built very little with concrete, really. Like, we mostly use, I suppose, like, yeah, there's some of that anyway, but we're no experts in concrete at all, at least my partner and I, so I cannot recommend too much, you know, where to go, whatever, find resources on this. But it seems to me that concrete is not really the path forward. That's one of the things, you know, most specialists will argue. So also, just another thing to think about. That sounded a kind of negative tone, and I really didn't, I mean, I didn't want to finish like the review in that tone. I think the project is absolutely fantastic in any number of ways. And I think, yeah, I think we've discussed it enough in those terms. So
yeah, I want to add, I mean, I don't know, maybe we need to end, but to concrete, like it's until you put Elon Musk or somebody on the concrete issue, and then we'll know how to use concrete in the future. So there might be a technological answer to this that we don't know yet about. But I actually, and because I want to end on a note about maybe both projects, I really appreciate that both projects struggled and acknowledged structure as a form finding, did I learn the right word, stereometric? Or the opposite of that, whatever, right? But that it's present, that you know what you're building with, that there has been a research and that comes through. On this point, I want to ask you, because there is something between your sections and what we're seeing in this last image, because you do this interesting thing where you expose like these sort of tears that come down from your facade. These are not beams that come from the inside, right? That's just decoration.
Sorry.
Because all the sections, the final image.
So in the final image,
we see these beautiful tears, sort of like these sort of teardrops, or like sort of these droppings.
Finished caps on the end, I think.
Not in the section. All this, all the beams have the same height in section. So, is this something I'm missing? So just to say, like, right, we'll pay attention to it. So, right, all in your sections, all the beams have the same depth and they're fully capped. So in section, I would think this is a different elevation.
Well, that's where they cut through it, right? So they cut through at the spot where it's the thickest in section.
Right, and so you're not showing us that detail, right? And that's the special detail of your building. That's really where you're tricking out the system, but we don't right now find it anywhere. So I want to encourage you to maybe do that strange axonometric that we need to do to understand something that we can't see in section. Just to like the dot on the eye, to like have this under full control.
So maybe concrete is not dead?
Not in my studio.
Well argued, George. Concrete lives.
It lives for another year.
Right, until next week.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. It was really, I don't know, we shouldn't take favors, but you guys were like the favorite panel. It was really fun to have all you guys together. Good energy, really. I like the enthusiastic but critical. It's super good. I think it's really helpful for the students. And it was also nice to see these two projects together because they were somehow so different how they deal with the problem, but also then some eerily similar in a way that is kind of, I don't know, I can't put my finger on it, but you guys kind of did it actually kind of like clarify those things to me as well. Like it's always nice to hear like how to see this insight on the projects of the students. So thank you so much for your time and really thoughtful comments and discussions.
Congratulations to all students for finishing your studies.
Yeah. There's a
strange... Go ahead.
Go ahead, George.
No, just again, thank you guys for all your comments. They really helped a lot. They were extremely thoughtful. Thank you so much.
This is great work. Congratulations, everyone. I mean, it's a pleasure to to come to reviews and meet great students and great tutors as well, and talk about architecture in this degree of depth. So congrats everyone. Great projects.
There's a great strange architect, older architect who passed away recently named Gene Leedy, who I met just before he passed. He was Larry Scarpa in LA worked for him, and he did all of this very idiosyncratic precast concrete work. Gene Leedy was his name. So Rosalia, you may especially find it interesting based on what you were doing. But
how do you spell his name?
Leedy. I'll put it in the chat.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you guys get into the weekend. And the students, you guys deserve to sleep the whole weekend. Not wake up until Monday morning. I hope that's possible. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't even know what we're doing next week. I guess we might check in at some point. But anyways, thank you so much and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good night.
Good night.
Hi, Andre. I'm just going to go ahead and give host control over to the CPP architecture account. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you so much for managing the room.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for all the great work. I think we had really good reviews. It's kind of like I don't know a lot of these people myself either, and so it's always kind of a little bit of a crapshoot, like who you get. But I think like we kind of like hit it pretty well, like what project got reviewed by what group. And I think there was a lot of interesting discussions, especially in this last panel. It's I don't know. It's always nice to have people from different places that kind of like give different insight. And, you know, there's a different, or not a different, is it, you know, to me at least, not a, it, to me it's the much more kind of common way to think about architecture and the kind of discussions that we have with kind of more international panels than the ones that it's just kind of American architects. It's very different somehow. But I don't know. I don't know if you guys have the same feeling, but. Okay, everybody survived and is, yeah, I don't know, get some rest. And then I have to check in with Sarah what we need to check in about next week, I guess. But there's some stuff we need to finish, this kind of booklet thing for like that Sarah talked about last week, right?
Yeah, do you know when we're getting the new pages or something, or did we already get those and I just missed it, or?
Oh, I think you need to make the pages.
Oh, we need to make them? I thought we were getting a template.
Yeah, there might be a template. I don't know. I guess I'll check. We'll have. I think we have a meeting with the faculty, and then I'll figure it out. I mean, otherwise we'll just shoot. We'll meet for on Tuesday, right at 1:30 or whatever. But I don't know. You know, I just talk about that, and then that's it. And of course, we can have. You know, I did take notes of everybody, so we can kind of go through the projects again if people would like that. Some people don't. Some people don't because you basically heard what it was. But I'm happy to talk about the projects again. All right. Yeah.
If we made edits to the final booklet, do we just email it to you or do we resubmit it on that OneDrive link?
I don't know. That OneDrive is a mess. I almost wish like everybody would resubmit again in like a new folder or something like that. I might make you guys all do this. I might make a new folder and then we can resubmit next week, like all of it, because Frankie like uploaded every page as like a single file and like, so I don't want to go through like all this stuff. So we can just do that. Like, don't worry about it.
Can make a folder just for Frankie.
Yeah.
You could just delete everything that's in there and then we'll just.
Yeah, I might just do that. Just delete everything and then you guys have to resubmit. Okay, but don't worry about this. You don't need to do anything until we can do this on Tuesday. You guys don't need to worry about this anymore. Take some time off. All right, thank you guys. It was real fun.
You
guys have a
Thank
good weekend.
you.
Bye.
Thanks, Anji.